Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Batman Parade 96. The uproar in public opinion is not without any benefits. No matter what the media's original intention was, it was inevitable that Wayne's new film The Departed was frequently mentioned before it was finished. Perhaps the various rumors in recent times have a good appeal to some female members of the public, and at the same time, many male star fans have gradually increased their expectations for The Departed. Many people want to know what Wayne's romantic gangster film, which is almost exclusively for men, will look like with the ambition of Oscar this time. Time is slowly advancing day by day. The crew staying in Boston seems to have no impact. Groups of lens materials are shot at a leisurely speed. As the three male protagonists get more and more used to the roles, the speed of shooting is also unconsciously increasing. During this period, the public relations department of Warner Brothers, which has been on the sidelines, finally began to refute the reports that are not favorable to Wayne. And through its media and the media of the parent company, a notice was issued, stating that any inappropriate remarks about Wayne will be investigated by the Warner Brothers legal department, and people need to be responsible for their own remarks, whether it is the media or women's rights organizations. So in the last few days of 1995, the biggest gossip in North America has always been about Wayne's comments. Even sober ordinary people have discovered that the entertainment reports on the market now have two completely different opinions. A large part of the media is sparing no effort to black Wayne, and at the same time constantly guiding public opinion, persuading ordinary movie fans to boycott his films together. And there is another part of the media that keeps refuting all kinds of black materials about Wayne, especially the claim that he abuses women. They deliberately dug up interviews with several women before, saying that all this is completely lies by people with ulterior motives. Vanity Fair once conducted a survey. In the past 2 years, Wayne has always been ranked among the top fantasy boyfriends of North American women. After all the debates that are difficult to distinguish between true and false during this period of time, many elite white-collar women have indeed said that they no longer regard him as an object of desire. What is ridiculous is that ordinary women don't care whether he abuses women or has mental illness. They only see his terrifying wealth. There are even many women who express their opinions that they don't mind being abused by a billionaire boyfriend. Before the new year, various reports about Wayne have always occupied the largest space in entertainment news. When the agent of CIA contacted Cameron Diaz and Holberry again, the two women, under the command of Nina, first pretended to agree to the other party's conditions. After learning the name of the project promised to them in the conditions, they simply cut off communication with the other party. For Nina and Warner Brothers, it is enough to know the name of the project, from which they can analyze which companies have participated. Such things never need to be thoroughly figured out, and never need evidence. So when Wayne heard the names of Universal Pictures and Sony Columbia, he did not show any surprise, but just silently memorize them, and then in his free time during filming, he kept thinking about how to step back. On January 1st, 1996, Batman Begins, which had stayed in the North American theater market for more than half a year, officially left the theater and ended this magical theater journey. On the day the film was released, the North American box office figures stopped at $313.2 million, and the global box office was about $790 million. It became the annual box office champion of this year without any suspense. It was also on this day that the CNN channel, a TV station under Time Warner, focused its attention on a group of Batman fans in Los Angeles. On January 1st, 1996, thousands of Batman fans took to the streets of the Avenue of Stars. Most of them wore bat armor or bat capes, and some even wore black masks. The leader of the parade was a black guy. He held a homemade sign in his hand. In addition to a bat logo, it also clearly wrote a slogan supporting Wayne. Born in the darkness of justice, never afraid of attacks from the darkness. It was originally just a silent parade of hardcore fans. No one expected that more and more young people would join in along the way. Many people saw their costumes and went back home to take out the iconic items they bought when watching the movie. As the crowd walked into the Avenue of Stars, the team inevitably grew larger and larger. The crowd following Schroeder and Daisy was conservatively estimated to have exceeded 3,000 people. This situation aroused the sensitive nerves of the Los Angeles Police Department. It should be noted that it had not been 2 years since the riot. Most importantly, the leader of the parade was a black man. The police department temporarily mobilized hundreds of police officers. On this day, many police officers had their vacations cancelled and received emergency notices to go to the Avenue of Stars to maintain law and order. The only thing that made the police department feel relieved was that these fans wearing Batman equipment had never done anything radical. They didn't even shout a slogan throughout the whole process. Especially the fans walking in front. They just followed the leader silently. After this rare situation occurred, it attracted a lot of media attention in a short period of time. CNN News TV, which had been prepared, drove the satellite live broadcast car over and directly sent the live images to thousands of households across North America. This is CNN Global Report. Behind me is the famous Avenue of Stars. A female anchor in a skirt held a microphone and began to broadcast in real time in a very fast but clear tone to the camera in front of the satellite broadcast vehicle. We can see that the number of people in this Batman parade has exceeded 3,000. There was no quarrel or chaos at the scene. The fans have been keeping calm. They are expressing their opinions in their own way. The satellite signal projected the live images to countless families watching TV. This rare scene also attracted the attention of a large number of ordinary people. The ratings of CNN TV stations soared at the same time. Who came up with this idea? Wayne, who was far away in a hotel suite in Boston, hugged his shoulders and watched TV. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the assistant lady beside him. During this period, no matter what the outside world talked about, he did not pay attention to it deliberately. He just focused on filming. He knew better than anyone that the ultimate goal of those dirty waters was to make his film fail. So the most important thing now is not to pay attention to all kinds of rumors, but to control the quality of the film. It is much more convincing to do things than to say them. It's Daisy and the black man who led it. Schroeder. Nina raised her hand to push the glasses on her nose and spoke directly without caring about Jennifer Connelly, who was sitting next to the boss. These two people contacted local fans in Los Angeles, hoping to have their own voice channel to express their support for you. Warner Brothers agreed to this and contacted the parent company Time Warner in advance, so CNN's satellite live broadcast car was dispatched. The picture on the TV continued, but Wayne was not in a good mood. In fact, there was not much meaning in doing this. Since those women rejected the temptation behind the scenes, the heat of this matter would not last too long. There are not many means to target him. As long as the women around him don't stab him, the subsequent unwarranted speculation and Katie's one-sided words will not cause much harm to him. It is true that a large number of female fans will give up his films because of the various rumors during this period. This situation cannot be avoided, but Wayne's films have never been very friendly to women, so the impact is far less than imagined. He and Warner Brothers have figured out these things a long time ago, and he is very confident that he can win back the temporarily lost fans through Batman 2nd. You know, ordinary people are very tolerant of this circle, and they are also more forgetful. Watching TV, Wayne shook his head helplessly. Doing this will only deepen people's memory and make my name discussed for a longer time. But let's leave it at that for now. At least let some people know that my fan base has never been shaken. He doesn't care if someone targets him on the issue of women. No matter how intense the hype in this regard is, it will only make his name a little more smelly in a certain group. Now is the mid-1990s, and feminist consciousness is just in its infancy. Whether it is social consciousness or ordinary people's ideas, they are far less radical than later. Even in Hollywood movies, scenes with strong female protagonists have always been avoided because there is no audience at all. If we go back 20 years, maybe the social atmosphere at that time would make the super rich a little wary of the Me Too group. After all, there were indeed many Hollywood bigwigs who fell under the attack of those women. Kevin Tsujihara, CEO of Warner Brothers, was also hammered. At the same time, Wayne and others in Boston were not the only ones watching TV. Paul Knight, an executive of Sony Columbia, was also staring at the parade on TV. It was not until CNN switched to other news that he frowned and picked up the phone on the table, hesitated for a moment and dialed out. He didn't wait too long. The moment the call was connected, he spoke directly to the microphone. "This is Paul. Don't contact the woman from CAA anymore." Since the agent didn't get the two actresses to take the bait with the role of Men in Black, forget it. Yes, just pretend that this incident never happened. He looked out the window for a long time after hanging up the phone. If there is a good opportunity, Sony Columbia would not mind stepping on the director and Warner Brothers together. I believe others think so too. And all of this is definitely useful. Now the director's reputation has indeed been greatly affected, and the impact on some specific female groups may be even greater. It's just that the most important step has not been taken, which makes him feel very sorry. If the two actresses can stand up, the effect may be dozens of times better than it is now. Chapter 352 Annual Champion. After the Batman parade on the Los Angeles Avenue of Stars, a trend suddenly emerged, especially the slogan, "Justice born in darkness, never afraid of attacks from darkness." This may not have a big impact on adults who have already entered society, but it has played an incredible role in inciting teenagers who are still in school. Since the news program was broadcast, many schools in the greater Los Angeles area have started to have activities related to Batman. These children aged 7 or 8 to 15 or 16 are proud to wear Batman equipment and shout this slogan loudly. Similar school parades continue to appear, and later this slogan gradually became a cry against school bullying. Even Warner Brothers did not expect that the influence of the incident would become beyond expectations. They just wanted to use this method to guide public opinion that is unfavorable to Wayne. When time entered January, most of the media's attention has been focused on the award season, which is now the most eye-catching thing of the year, and the discussion of Wayne's gossip has gradually disappeared. But on the other hand, his name began to be mentioned frequently again. Even in the turbulent award season, various authoritative media did not forget him, who was far away in Boston. Like in previous years, when the new year came, various authoritative entertainment newspapers and magazines would make various summaries and lists of the North American cinema market in the past year, and he was placed at the top of the list, no matter which list it was. In the past year, Warner Brothers became the biggest winner in the North American cinema market again, and its total box office revenue once again ranked first among Hollywood film companies. Whether it was the sequel Ace Ventura series, Batman Begins that opened the DC Comics superhero adaptation, or SE7N and other films in which he participated in the investment, they all achieved incredible results. Jennifer Connelly sat on the trailer, holding the latest Premiere magazine in her hand, reading in a low voice with a complicated expression, while the three men sitting opposite took the opportunity to stuff their mouths with food while listening attentively. "Hey, Jennifer, skip the beginning." Producer Hector Henry bit a sandwich in his mouth, looked up at the beautiful woman opposite him, and raised his eyebrows. "We don't want to know these things, just tell us the annual rankings later." Seeing that the filming work has come to an end, he, who has been tense all the time, finally began to relax slowly. The work of a producer brings a lot of pressure. Even if he is a producer with a defective job, the responsibility on his shoulders makes him a little breathless. Fortunately, the filming work has been very smooth. Compared with the bright lights and wine and women of Los Angeles, the relatively closed working environment here allows the main creators of the crew to focus on the film, and there are no moths that affect the filming. "Okay." Jennifer Connelly winked playfully and turned the magazine to the last page. In the 1995 North American box office rankings, the 10th place is Die Hard 3, produced and distributed by 20th Century Fox and directed by John McTiernan, with a North American box office of $100 million and a global box office of $366.1 million. The 9th place is Seven, produced by New Line Cinema and distributed by Warner Brothers, directed by David Fincher, with a North American box office of $100 million and a global box office of $327.31 million. The 8th place is Casper the Evil Dead, produced by Universal Pictures, with a North American box office of $100 million and a global box office of $100 million. The first place in the North American annual rankings is Batman Begins, directed by Wayne Greenberg, and produced and distributed by Warner Brothers, with a North American box office of $313.2 million and a global box office of $790 million. It is worth mentioning that this is the only film this year with a North American box office of over $300 million and the only film with a box office of over $200 million. Compared with Toy Story, ranked second with $190 million. It is more than one position ahead. Wayne Greenberg, the Dark King who returned to the summer season, did not encounter any threats in 1995 and easily won his first annual box office champion. He is still very young. Although he was plagued by scandals some time ago, I believe it will not affect his creative state. This great director with an alternative style in the Hollywood assembly line is in the most energetic creative period. Pa 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 pa, as the woman's voice fell, Guillermo and Hector Henry in the car gave Wayne, who was eating silently beside them, a round of applause for congratulations. Although this result was expected before October, every time people heard the terrifying box office familiarity, they would still be excited. Well, the success of the first Batman is over. Wayne took a big sip of lemonade, and a rare smile appeared on his face. The filming here is smoother than expected. Hector, please greet Dwayne Scott in advance, and let him prepare for editing. No problem. The producer nodded. Should we set the release date in advance? The company has asked me for the second time. Now the film's completion time will only be advanced. It's better to notify the distribution department as soon as possible. They are anxious to discuss the release date with the theater company. By the way, the release date of The Matrix is also waiting for your news. There is no way. Whether it is The Matrix or The Departed, both films have half of the investment from Greenberg Studio. In addition, the initiator of these two projects is Wayne, and Warner Brothers has been waiting for his news. Not only in Boston, Zack Snyder has returned to Los Angeles 2 days ago. It is said that he did not even attend the party for the crew to disband, and he could not wait to plunge into the post-production studio. Let's not rush. Wait until I return to Los Angeles to understand the situation, and then set the specific release date. Wayne has his own considerations for the release date. It is obviously not the right time now. Well, the same goes for The Matrix. Wait a minute. Is there anything else? Yes. Hector Henry was not polite. He glanced at the people in the trailer and said directly, Batman Begins is about to release a videotape. Warner Brothers hopes that you can cooperate with the publicity plan of the distribution department and the public relations department. This time, not only Batman will be released, but also the Joker's Director's Cut Collector's Edition will be bundled together for sale. It seems that the peripherals, copyrights, and videotapes of Batman Begins have nothing to do with Wayne. No matter how much profit is made, he will not get a penny. However, the fact is not like this. He has another identity. As one of the shareholders of Warner Brothers, he has a share of these profits. It can be said that his fundamental interests with Warner Brothers have long been deeply tied together. When Wayne frowned and asked unconsciously, the filming here is about to end. If it is not necessary, it is not a good choice to interrupt the filming at this time. The company means the sooner the better. Hector Henry spread his hands. He certainly knew why the other party frowned, but the message that should be conveyed must be conveyed, and the choice is not his business. With a click of a lighter, Wayne lit a cigarette. The producer knew that he was thinking about the shooting plan, so he simply closed his mouth and waited quietly. Jennifer Connelly had been sitting opposite without eating anything. Since the lunch break today, her eyes have been following the man opposite intentionally or unintentionally. What I just read was just the North American annual box office rankings, which were just statistics from a magazine called Premiere. There is much more than this that I didn't read. In today's latest issue of Vanity Fair, Wayne ranked 4th on the Hollywood Power list in the past year. This is not the most surprising thing. On the list of film salary income, his name was placed first for the first time. From the film Batman Begins alone, his basic salary plus the share of the later period can get more than $100 million. This speed of making money has far exceeded the trafficking of contraband and bank robbery. What can be obtained is real cash. This is very important. Wayne is not like most wealthy people who are prosperous on the surface, but have little liquidity behind the scenes. In the eyes of Jennifer Connelly, he has no bad assets, except a bank loan. So in the eyes of Jennifer Connelly, he is a real billionaire. Not only is his net worth estimated at more than $1 billion US, but he can also take out a large amount of liquid funds at any time. When there is a lot of money, it is equivalent to achieving rights and freedom in this country. It is the real kind of freedom. Even the laws of this country are to protect people like them. Putting aside the playboy nature of men, this is a perfect life partner. After seeing the statistics of various lists in the media today, she sincerely envied Naomi Watts. I'm afraid that no woman can refuse to give birth to a child for such a man. Please help me communicate with Warner Brothers. After careful consideration and calculation for a while, Wayne put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and said to the producer, I will try to finish the main scenes here within a week. The remaining transitions and shots will be taken by Guillermo. I will return to Los Angeles in a week. Okay. Hector Henry nodded. He was now a mouthpiece and a buffer. He had a clear idea of his position. The plan made by the public relations department this time is a little special. They hope to restore some of your personal image that you lost some time ago before The Departed is released. They are professionals in this area. I have no problem with that. After saying that, he heard the staff preparing outside the trailer. He raised his hand to check the time. Wayne stood up and walked to the door, ready to start working again. Chapter 353 Ambition. For a person with a personality like Wayne, facing the crazy discussion in the media some time ago, he was not sad because of all kinds of smears. He still has a lot of work to do. For the huge film plan to be implemented in the future, it is at most a small start. This year is his 6th year in Hollywood. After years of continuous success, he has gained wealth that others cannot earn in their lifetime, and also obtained the top rights and treatment in the circle. The foundation laid in these years has given him the freedom to realize his ideals. There will be no more holding copies and showing them everywhere just for a distribution contract, and there will be no more days when he is abandoned because of the director's contract. When Wayne was very young, he hoped that he could become a police uncle. As a result, after graduating from college, because of a movie Paradise Cinema, he impulsively became a film projectionist. Faced with the increasing pressure of life in Beijing, he chose to escape reality and immersed himself in the world of movies every day. After being sent to this world by a sudden serious illness, he felt that this was a chance for God to restart himself and arrange a happy family. It was like a hint to him that, as long as he studied hard and worked hard, he would not have any worries if he moved forward towards his ideal goal. So he lived like a child since elementary school and persisted in studying for more than 10 years with self-discipline that adults did not have. After entering college, facing the misunderstanding of most teachers and professors, he always believed that his choice was right and those people would be impressed by his achievements one day. He took the $1 million he got from his father, saved up a small workshop-style crew, took his first step with hope, and stumbled and learned in actual combat while filming. When the film was shot and produced, there was a change in his heart, as if after so many years of hard study, he was just waiting to take the copy to the St. Denis Film Festival and then reap the expected success. Then at the St. Denis Film Festival, he was slapped twice by reality and returned to Los Angeles with a copy of the film in his arms. After the movie was finally released by 20th Century Fox, Wayne felt that he had obtained a pass to Hollywood. However, no matter how good the performance of the first movie was, 20th Century Fox did not give him the trust he deserved. When he learned that everything he had gained was from the support of his parents, his heart changed again. He completely understood the reality and cherished the Hollywood ticket in his hand even more. After that, Wayne became a workaholic, producing 4 hugely successful films in 4 consecutive years, and walked a path that others could not imitate at all. Until now, when the film Batman Begins was officially taken off the shelves, he not only received the top 20+20 treatment in the circle in this project, but also officially established his position as a pioneer of superhero movies. Most people only remember Wayne Greenberg's Batman and selectively ignored Tim Burton. No matter how much cheating factors there are in the huge success he has now, it has ultimately given him greater ambition and enterprising spirit. In 1975, when Steven Spielberg directed Jaws, he certainly didn't think that the film would make $470 million worldwide. In 1971, when George Lucas directed his first film THX 1138 with the assistance of Francis Ford Coppola, he would never have expected that he would later make a film called Star Wars, let alone that it would become a memory of the times for countless people in North America and even a cultural symbol. These people have worked hard for a long time, and then from success after success, as their abilities became stronger and stronger, their goals gradually became bigger, and eventually they became masters that cannot be avoided in the history of film. As for Wayne, although he has always had the memory of his past life to cheat, he is actually going through this process. When filming Happy Death Day, he himself would not have thought that he could gain a foothold in the circle so quickly. Even when he was eager for quick success and wanted to quickly establish his position and decided to shoot Joker, he was not sure whether this extremely powerful film could adapt to this era. Every time he succeeded, he would adjust his goal. When the first Batman movie was completely accepted by movie fans and opened up the superhero movie genre in North America, his ambition was constantly expanding and reached its maximum. In the previous golden age of Hollywood, Francis Ford Coppola, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Hitchcock and other great directors who were remembered in film history were born. Then he thought that after another 20 years, when people mentioned Hollywood after the 1990s, there would be a director with an alternative style, who could not be avoided, and drew another golden age of movies. His ambition was so great that he wanted to be deeply engraved in film history like the great directors mentioned above. So for the current rumors and all kinds of dirty water, it would not be possible to distract him. Wayne knew very well that only by making successful films all the time could he fight back against those people's hopes, and the best way to move forward towards his huge film plan. At this time, the crew moved the shooting location again and came to the rented building. The rooms here were decorated like offices by the set group and the prop group. Brad Pitt sat in a chair with short hair and a suit. The scene being filmed was the scene where Bill, the lead actor, had just left the police academy and wanted to enter the police station. Wayne sat behind the monitor, watching the performance of the three people. This was one of the few remaining scenes in The Departed, and it was a long shot. Perhaps because the scenes with high performance difficulty were filmed in the front, and the upcoming vacation, the actor was somewhat relaxed and began to frequently NG when performing only a few literary scenes. After being stopped from performing 5 times in a row, facing the director's increasingly tense expression, Brad Pitt finally adjusted his state this time. Unlike the directors he had worked with before, Wayne was not as emotional as David Fincher. Even if the actors performed poorly or the staff made low-level mistakes, he had never seen him lose his temper. However, the director, who always had a cold face, also put a lot of pressure on people. Your family is connected to the South Boston gang, right? Through your father? Tell us about your Uncle Jess. Facing his boss's unusual question, Brad Pitt paused and subconsciously reached out to adjust the tie around his neck. He was George Masher's man. He was just a third-rate accountant who ran a small bar in Somerville. The boss put his hands on his hips and interrupted his narration directly. He was killed in 1993. We found his body at the airport. Yes, I still remember his funeral. It was great. The coffin was covered, right? Yes. Brad Pitt crossed his hands and looked at the other party to answer again. Tell everyone about you beating the teacher with a chair and what happened in prep school before you were expelled. Your uncle died like that? I have a question. How unlucky are you? Facing the continuous questions, Brad Pitt said nothing, just stared at the other party with wide eyes with anger. Okay, cut. This one is fine. The director's voice finally came from the loudspeaker, and the staff watching around also gave the three people a sparse applause. After confirming that this shot was fine, Wayne used a pen to tick the last page of the notebook recording the shooting plan. The staff on the scene were busy packing up. After more than 2 months of continuous work, most people were tired of the crew environment and wanted to end their semi-enclosed life in this city as soon as possible. Director Greenberg, Brad Pitt wiped his face with a towel and walked over to lean on the table. "I heard that you are also rushing back to Los Angeles." Basically, his part was over, and the sparse applause just now was also a congratulations on his completion of the work. Aha. Wayne took his eyes away from the notebook and looked at the relaxed male protagonist. "That's right. For the remaining cutscenes and some fragmented scenery, Guillermo will stay here for 2 more days to shoot. There are some activities at Warner Brothers, and I have to rush back to participate." "What's going on?" Brad Pitt put down the towel. "I just want to say thank you to you. Thank you for giving me this role." The filming lasted more than 2 months in Boston. There was not much communication between them. This is the normal relationship of a Hollywood crew. Everyone is just a colleague and basically will not deliberately contact each other after work. Brad Pitt's performance has been good, and his interpretation of the role is quite good. Even the scenes where the director explains the play to him are rare. He is also different from other actors. He has never lacked opportunities to act, so he did not deliberately contact Wayne. "You're welcome. Remember to attend the closing party in a week. Warner Brothers has booked a banquet hall." Wayne stood up and smiled. The two shook hands, and the official filming work ended here. Because some behind-the-scenes staff had to stay here for a few days, the closing party was postponed to a week later. Warner Brothers booked a hotel near its own studio, which gave them enough time to prepare, and they could also invite some media to promote the film in advance. Compared to the carnival and indulgence party, when the crew disbanded, this prepared closing party was more formal. Now Hollywood pays more and more attention to marketing, and production companies and distribution companies will never miss any opportunity to promote and hype. Unlike the previous end of filming, this time, Wayne did not give any speech, but just sent Guillermo to inform everyone, and most of the crew members disbanded quietly. After staying in Boston for another night, Wayne took Christian Bale and Jennifer Connelly, who were traveling together, on a flight to Los Angeles early the next morning. Chapter 354. Protecting justice is the most important thing. In the business class of the flight to Los Angeles, when the plane entered a stable flight state, Christian Bale deliberately exchanged seats with Nina, wanting to take the opportunity to chat with Wayne. Last night might be the most relaxing day in this period. He slept peacefully until dawn, while holding Jennifer Connelly. Wayne was full of energy at this time, staring at the white clouds outside the window with wide eyes, constantly thinking about the post-production work of the film. Regarding the second part of Batman, do I need to gain weight during this period? Christian Bale asked the most concerned question. Because when filming The Departed, his weight was deliberately reduced by several kilograms to meet the setting of the character in the film. It's better to return to the first part. Turning his head and looking at the other person from top to bottom, Wayne secretly praised that his figure was indeed well maintained and always in the category of strong. Be prepared, Chris. Looking at the other person's eyes, he decided to reveal some information in advance. The absolute protagonist of the second part is not Batman, but your opponent, the Joker. The story of this part will make you feel very depressed. The ending of the previous film, The Beginning, can barely be regarded as a traditional Hollywood ending. After all, no matter how dark Gotham City is, the film always gives a ray of bright sunshine. The last shot of Rachel and Bruce also brings light to the audience, who have been depressed for the whole film. Compared with the next film, The Dark Knight, the story of The Beginning is not too heavy. Since this is the opening work of Batman, Wayne is still very concerned about the audience's acceptance, and even many large-scale scenes have been deleted. This kind of start of a series of films with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars is destined not to be a cult film that allows him to act recklessly. Whether for the audience of the film, or for the expectations of the subsequent series, this must be a commercial film with a dark realistic style. Well, I think I'm ready. Christian Bale shrugged, and at this time he didn't understand the true meaning of the reminder. Wayne, will Naomi still be in the second part? Or will you change the role of Rachel? One of the hot topics discussed by the media some time ago was the news that Naomi Watts was pregnant. At that time, no one would be stupid enough to inquire about this matter. Now that the heat has basically passed, he asked his doubts. Pa. Hearing the other party's reminder, Wayne stretched out his hand and slapped his thigh. He ignored this question again. He has been busy with the work of the departed during this period and has no time to think about this problem. I have to go back and ask her opinion. You know, women in this period are very sensitive. He sighed and spread his hands, showing a helpless smile that all men understand. Maybe she will give up this job and take care of the child at ease. Not to mention Christian Bale, even he himself doesn't believe this. With Naomi Watts' dedication to her career, she will most likely leave the child aside and join the crew immediately after regaining her figure. It seems I don't need to change my girlfriend. Seeing that he was in a good mood, the British Batman teased him and then walked back to his seat and changed back with Nana. Looking at his back, Wayne thought with a sense of malice that Batman Bruce Wayne didn't need a girlfriend. Perhaps those ordinary fans would still have some expectations, expecting to see lovers finally get married in the second part, but all this is impossible. Bruce Wayne is a pure pit for women, and he never planned to change this setting in the movie. Almost all women who have relationships or develop feelings with Batman have no good results. Perhaps those comic fans know that without Diana Prince's demigod physique, don't play emotional games with Bruce Wayne. I'm afraid only a tough woman like Wonder Woman can guarantee that she can be safe and sound after having sex with Batman and Superman. Not to mention the uncertainty about the heroine Rachel. Even the clown Arthur is hesitant now. Nicolas Cage has not signed multiple film contracts, and his net worth is really not cheap. From the perspective of a simple movie director, it is definitely more appropriate to use a big star. How to choose to ensure the performance of the film, but from the perspective of producers and movie company owners, any choice will have flaws. The public relations department of Warner Brothers has prepared it, and this show is waiting for you to go back and participate. After Nina came back, she lowered her voice and whispered to him about the plan. I'm curious. Wayne frowned slightly, looked at the assistant lady beside him, and asked softly, is this true, or is it just a show for marketing? Although I don't mind doing this, I have to know the truth. The bottom line is almost equivalent to nothing for him. He can even provide ideas for marketing to the death without blinking an eye. However, after listening to the plan prepared by the public relations department this time, he became a little curious. After all, it involves a child. The assistant lady seemed to know that he would ask, and there was no expression of surprise. I've learned about it. It should be true. Daisy discovered the child's condition, and then we had this plan. That's not bad. The plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport. After parting with the two actors on the spot, Wayne got in the car that came to pick him up and returned to the manor first. It has been more than 2 months since I last saw Naomi Watts, and more importantly, the child in her belly. This woman is very obedient. No matter what happened during this period, she never left the manor, and even the prenatal checkup was carried out in a low-key manner. Her estimated due date is in mid-March, which is only about 2 months away from now. It is the period when she is most afraid of accidents. For the next 2 days, Wayne stayed in the manor and did not go out, accompanying the Australian girl with a big belly. It was not until 2 days later that he received a notice and hurried to Warner Brothers to start the show he had prepared. Time slowly came to the end of January. CNN Global reported a news that suddenly caused a sensation during the award season, taking away the attention of countless films and celebrities. The cause was the Batman parade in Los Angeles. The fans wanted to express their support for Wayne and to tell more fans not to believe in the dirty water from the dark. After the media reported the incident, more schools also held such activities. The children put on Batman's clothes, as if they had transformed into righteous superheroes, and gradually the slogan became against school bullying. The parade only lasted 1 night and ended, but more and more schools were affected. It was like a trend that continued to spread as time went by. In this land, school bullying is like racial discrimination. It will always be a hot topic in society, and will never be completely solved, even after 20 years. It is an inevitable phenomenon after the integration of multiple races. In recent times, groups of little Batmans have appeared in schools across North America. They wear armor representing justice and jointly oppose bullying and racial discrimination in schools. An elementary school in Florida also held an event where students could wear their own Batman gear and attend this justice party together. A third grade boy also wanted to participate in this event, but because his family's financial conditions did not allow it, he did not have any Batman gear. However, his teacher Laura Snyder told the boy that he might as well try to make a special one himself. So the boy picked up a graffiti pen, drew the Batman logo on a gray t-shirt of his father, and put it on himself. The boy thought this was a very cool piece of clothing, but he received ridicule and bullying from other students in the school, and even soiled the clothes he designed himself. The little boy could only cry in the corner, because this was not the first time he was bullied. Those children who wore the armor of justice and opposed bullying were like a joke at this time. After knowing this, teacher Laura decided to do something for the child. Although she knew that there was little hope of doing so, she still contacted Daisy, the organizer of the march. She hoped that the leader who first initiated the march could give the little boy some help. Sometimes justice may be late, but at least it is not absent. Even teacher Laura did not expect that she would soon receive a reply from Daisy, telling her that the message had been conveyed to Wayne Greenberg, the creator of the Batman movie. This incident quickly aroused the anger of director Greenberg. He directly stated that this was a supporter of Batman's spirit of justice. How could he let others bully him? He then contacted teacher Laura and rushed to Florida the next day and ran to the child in person. In front of many students in the school, he told the little boy, "Don't give up your dream because of the ridicule of others." This child, who originally just wanted a bat suit, not only received a full set of bat gear, but also received a ticket to the premiere hand painted by Wayne Greenberg to ensure that the child could see Batman Part 2 first. Not only these things, the child also received funding from Wayne Greenberg. From now on until graduation from college, he will no longer be troubled by the poor family conditions and can concentrate on his studies. This incident subsequently alarmed the top management of Warner Brothers, and the next day all the Batman crew members wore the grey bat t-shirt designed by the little boy, took photos and mailed them to the little boy. Warner Brothers urgently produced 100,000 of these t-shirts and put them in surrounding stores. The 100,000 t-shirts were sold out by fans in one day, and the money from the sale of the t-shirts was given to the boy's mother by Warner Brothers in the name of design fees to improve their family's living environment and encourage the little boy to maintain his righteous heart. Later, this story attracted more people's attention. Director Wayne Greenberg also issued a statement that he would take part of his salary for Batman to set up a charity fund specifically for children who were hurt by school bullying. In front of the main entrance of the Warner Brothers building, a huge rock was also placed, on which was carved the t-shirt representing Batman, and a 1-to-1 bat pattern designed by the little boy was drawn. It recorded that all the staff of the production company had jointly protected the dream and future of a child. And in order to thank the little boy for his special love, DC Comics specially customized an offer after graduation from college according to the boy's age. Regardless of whether he has learned comic-related knowledge in the future, he can take this offer to work as a designer at DC Comics. Such a news report, like a documentary, set off North American public opinion as soon as it was broadcast. The little boy in the TV screen was mosaic throughout the whole process. In order not to cause trouble to the child's future life, his information would be strictly confidential. The entire nearly 20-minute news did not disclose his name and photo from beginning to end. Facing an interview with a reporter from CNN Global Report, Wayne said to the camera, "Little children may not know the consequences and seriousness of bullying smaller children, but every older child with a sense of justice should understand how important it is to protect the justice in this little boy's heart." These few remarks made during the live broadcast won the favor of parents across North America in just a few minutes. Countless ordinary families with children remembered this director, who had received mixed reviews in media reports, and then took the initiative to collect information about him and learn about the movies he had shot. Chapter 355, The Unchanging Political Correctness. Children may not know the consequences and severity of bullying children, but every big child with a sense of justice should understand how important it is to protect the justice in the heart of this little boy. Wayne Greenberg, After this passage was broadcast on CNN, it made the front page of many media the next day. This time it was not just entertainment media, but also put on the social section of media such as the Washington Post and the New York Times. At this moment, it was as if the media that had been crazy about Wayne had forgotten the remarks some time ago. Discussions about mental illness, mental problems, abuse of women, etc. all disappeared completely within a day, and only the comments that had triggered social hot news were left. Morality does not exist for the media at all. As long as a hot topic appears, reports of crazy slapping of their own faces will appear almost every day. This is not only true in North America, but also in the media industry all over the world. School bullying, children's problems, especially underage children's problems, have always been the red line that cannot be touched in this land. Every time a hot event about children appears, it will instantly arouse the sensitive nerves of North America. Just look at the Michael Jackson incident, how much of a sensation it caused. Sometimes, even if you did nothing, as long as it involves children, there will be countless people ready to come up and bite you madly with red eyes. With the advancement of time and the pathological progress of society, perhaps the political correctness in the future will be Dockaskin, a group of women waving their fists, and a trend of all people coming out as homosexuals. These are social needs that have gradually emerged due to social or political reasons. But from beginning to end, the issue of children has always been the biggest political correctness, no matter in which era. Even if you want to run for the president of North America, the prerequisite is that you need to have a seemingly happy family, so the photos and reports that circulated from the White House show that the president is surrounded by children. Under the careful preparation of Warner Brothers and Time Warner, as soon as the CNN news report was broadcast, various media resources under the company immediately followed up and hyped it up. Whether it was several national TV stations under Time Warner or newspaper suppression, even the gossip tabloids controlled by Warner Brothers put Wayne's photo on the front page. This wave of carefully prepared public opinion marketing plan, with the full-scale promotion of the media group Time Warner, directly overwhelmed the scandals of various superstars and big names during the award season, and successfully guided the whole thing into a social hotspot for discussion by the whole people. Although I have never liked the movies shot by director Greenberg, it is always like this. A black film director who shoots violence, blood, humanity and other element has always retained the warmest heart. Facing the street interview of the reporter of ABC TV's Morning US Today, a white-collar woman in a professional suit and white shirt looked at the camera and talked freely. The main group that took the lead in boycotting Wayne's works some time ago was these social elite women. Now, as if nothing had happened, their comments on him have changed again. The reporter thanked the white-collar woman and turned to another passerby on the street in Los Angeles. "Hey, excuse me, can I delay you for 2 minutes? Is this a live TV broadcast?" A black woman who was stopped asked with obvious excitement after seeing the camera. "Yes." The female host smiled and handed the microphone to the passerby. "We are reporters from the USA Today program. Can you tell us what you think about the little boy who is a righteous man?" "Oh my god. I'm going to be on TV, father." The black woman covered her mouth and looked at the camera in surprise. Her surprise was beyond words. "Are you talking about the child that Wayne Greenberg protects? I have known for a long time that Wayne has always been a good person. He has always respected our group very much, even in the movies. My family is his fan. Since Get Out, my family has supported his movies every year." Facing the black woman who was talking non-stop, the reporter frowned slightly and took the opportunity of the other party's breathing to immediately say, "Very good, thank you for accepting the interview." The ratings of the USA Today program have always been the first in the morning time period. As the program was broadcast, countless families watched this interview with ordinary people. Some people may have seen more than one of his movies, but have never paid attention to the director of the movie. After all, this is a behind-the-scenes job anyway. Most ordinary movie fans who are there for entertainment don't care who shot the movie. They only care about their favorite big stars. However, with the continuous broadcast of programs such as CNN's Global Report and ABC's America Today, Wayne Greenberg's name has appeared more frequently than the big stars that ordinary people care about. countless families who have been warmed by the whole incident are willing to spread the story about the little boy, tell it to friends, colleagues, and relatives, and discuss it with them. How is it? Those who want to step in and trip us up, but don't want to expose themselves and tear their faces apart, now all their hopes are gone. ABC Street interviews are still going on. Jeff Robinov walked to the TV, turned the volume down to the lowest, and sighed with ridicule. Wayne sat on the sofa, his face revealed a trace of fatigue, and his eyes were also staring at the TV. In just a few days, he not only ran around Florida, but also had to cooperate with the CNN filming team, and he hardly slept a good night's sleep. Then what else do you need me to do? He held a thick cigar in his hand. Every time he communicated with the CEO of Warner Brothers, he would accompany him to enjoy this thing, even though he had never been used to smoking it. Tomorrow I have to attend the closing party of The Departed, and then there will be post-production. There is a lot of work waiting for me, so no problem. Your work has been completed in the past 2 days. Jeff Robinov nodded happily. He could feel Wayne's impatience in the face of the media, and he might have reached his limit of patience. Go back and rest early. We will talk about other things later. By the way, remember to buy tomorrow's Time magazine. I heard that the photographer had a lot of trouble with you. I saw the sample issue. Everything is worth it, I promise. I hope so. Wayne put the cigar directly in the ashtray, waved his hand, stood up, straightened his suit, and left the office with the assistant who followed him like a shadow. Until long after the footsteps disappeared, Jeff Robinov was still standing by the window, looking at the direction of other giants, and puffing cigars with a calm face. He had expected this result a long time ago. Although those people seemed to have amazing means when they slandered Wayne. In fact, the most powerful killer move was just to tempt those women to stand up and bite. Among the current 6 major Hollywood companies, it is hard to say who is stronger than the other, let alone who is afraid of whom. There are constant frictions between them, but they have also always cooperated. They stab each other in the back, which has basically become a tacit understanding. However, there is one principle that everyone tacitly abides by, that is, no matter what the reason is, there will never be a face-to-face competition. So there is such a situation. Those companies tacitly threw dirty water at the same time, but were unwilling to expose themselves, because no one would easily trust each other, let alone suppress one party together. Just like their attitude towards DreamWorks now, the tacit understanding and the general direction has not changed, and a loose alliance suppression method is adopted. Hollywood is already crowded with 6 giants, and they can't allow the emergence of a 7th. Yes, maybe the remaining 5 giants don't want to see Warner Brothers always dominate, so they will tacitly want to make Wayne smelly, but no one is willing to take the lead and tear the face with Warner Brothers, and the trust problem can't be solved at all. How important this director is to Warner Brothers, they know better than anyone else. If they are not careful, it will cause a crazy counterattack from Warner Brothers. Just think about it, if there is such an important person in your company, whoever dares to reach out will probably cut off that hand at all costs. The Rolls-Royce was driving on the way back to the manor. When the car turned into Beverly, Nina rubbed her forehead tiredly and sighed. Boss, it seems that Warner Brothers has prepared very carefully this time. After this incident, no one should mention the dirty water some time ago. Wayne leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. In the past few days, he had been flying, shooting, interviewing, reporting, and a lot of continuous work. He was like a puppet, being guided by the public relations department to move. This experience was very bad. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had never thought of being an actor. Otherwise this kind of puppet-like life would be the main theme of his work. I didn't expect Jeff to put so much effort into it. Although he knew that Jeff Robinov invested so many media resources mainly for the purpose of marketing the videotapes that would be released next, Wayne also felt the benefits of a big company. With a media group standing behind him, it would be difficult for him to have a bad reputation. In his conception, he would not ask about the company's decisions before 2000, and he would not position himself as a major shareholder or boss, because before the turn of the century, the direction of Warner Brothers development was correct. And after 2000, his weight to Warner Brothers or Time Warner will only be heavier by then. In addition, he did not plan to take back the money for the projects he invested in the past 2 years. As long as the opportunity arises, he will immediately increase the proportion of Warner Brothers shares, and even find a way to exchange for Time Warner's shares. Only in this way can Wayne stop the wrong choice of this media group when he must speak out and always stay on the right path. After all, I still think too far. Chapter 356, Why Not Do It Again? The media continued to report the story of Wayne and the little boy, and let this warm story in North America continue to ferment. At 5 o'clock the next evening, the closing party of The Departed was held at a hotel near the Warner Brothers studio. This was originally a carnival after the hard work of the entire crew, but because of the appearance of a large number of media outside the hotel, the nature of the party became like a formal cocktail party. Many staff members spontaneously brought formal male and female companions, walked onto the red carpet specially prepared by the Warner Brothers Public Relations Department, and waved to the media reporters on both sides. A large number of media had been notified before the party, and since this was Wayne's new film, there was naturally no lack of attention. Not only these media reporters, Warner Brothers also contacted Daisy in advance, the leader of the Wayne fan organization, who led hundreds of hardcore fans to gather at the door of the hotel that night, making a closing party that should have been ignored become more like a small awards ceremony. The Rolls-Royce Silver Thor slowly stopped in front of the hotel. In line with the media's speculation, Wayne walked on the red carpet alone. This is not difficult to analyze. Naomi Watts is 8 months pregnant, and it is impossible for her to attend such an event. But apart from the Australian girl, he has basically never brought other women as formal companions to attend any grand occasions. Unlike the previous red carpet walks, although Wayne was still in a hurry, he stopped halfway, not because he heard the call of the reporter, but because he stood among the fans. "Hi, Wayne, I love you so much." A white girl saw that he didn't leave, and she actually took out a signature pen and started signing autographs for the fans in front of her, constantly saying greetings and thanks, and immediately squeezed forward like crazy. "Thank you for coming to support me. Thank you." Wayne signed mechanically and then thanked every fan with a smile. He understood that these people were different. These were his basic base in North America, and they were die-hard fans. "Thank you for coming." What the hell? When he handed out the autograph again and was about to say thank you, his eyes suddenly went dark and he had severe breathing difficulties. This situation lasted for a few seconds before he regained his sight. When he reacted and looked up, he saw the white girl controlled by the security personnel, looking at him innocently. "Hey, let her go, no problem." Shaking his head awkwardly, Wayne waved to the security personnel to stop their intention to drag the girl away. Perhaps it was just an impulse. The white girl who was released stood there, like a child who had done something wrong. "Anyway, thank you for coming to support me." After stuffing the autograph to the girl, Wayne gave her a generous hug, smiled and patted her back gently, turned around and kept smiling, and continued to walk towards the hotel. "Ah, Wayne, I love you. Wayne, we want a hug too." Despite the screams behind him, he still didn't dare to stay there and hurried to the end of the red carpet. It must be said that the little episode that just happened gave him a big shock. Facing the reporters at the hotel entrance, Wayne knew that this would be the last interview in the near future and the beginning of the publicity and marketing of The Departed, so he simply put away his impatience and stood in the interview area to accept the interview at ease. The reporters who were able to be here were arranged by Warner Brothers, so no one was boring enough to ask embarrassing questions. This kind of interview itself was just like going through the process, talking about the difficulties in filming, the interesting things in the crew, and revealing some information about the film in advance. Wayne was used to such scenes. He had been in the circle for so many years, and he was already familiar with how to face media reporters. Yes, Christian Bale and Brad Pitt, both of them performed very well. The clash of their acting skills is what the crew members look forward to most every day. When the interview was about to end, a reporter's attention shifted away from the movie and he quickly asked, "Wayne, there have been rumors for some time that Ms. Naomi Watts is pregnant with your child. Can you talk about the child?" When he heard this question, his brows unconsciously frowned, and the sudden smile also brought great pressure to the reporter who asked the question. At this time, the reporter regretted his talkativeness, but the words he said could never be taken back. Originally, I would not answer questions that are not related to the film. Wayne paused, and then he resumed his faint smile. But this question has never been a secret. I just don't want the media to disturb an expectant mother. Well, Naomi is indeed pregnant with my child, so in the past few months, I have been learning how to be a father after work. After speaking, he nodded to the reporters on the scene, turned around and walked into the hotel, without giving these people the opportunity to continue asking questions. Compared to the carnival party before the crudest bands, the banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel today is much more formal. There is no crazy music, no leaf tobacco, and powdered contraband everywhere, and no groups of sexy skins. There are only men and women in suits and dresses holding champagne. Inevitably, the theme of this party is film promotion and socializing. When he walked into the banquet hall, the center of the party changed. The actors came up politely to express their gratitude, exchanged a few polite words, and said that they hope to cooperate next time. On the contrary, several people from Wayne's core team behind the scenes did not join in the fun, but just raised their glasses in the distance. They all know their boss very well, and there is no need to get close to him on this occasion. Those who can stay are all people with professional skills above the standard, and they never rely on flattering each other for food. After several actors left, agents began to bring their clients to greet him one after another, constantly testing whether there is any possibility of cooperation. Some girls who were obviously prepared in advance, wearing hot little dresses that matched his aesthetic taste, twisted their slender waists and showed their youthful charm in front of him. After walking around the party and greeting several stars who came to help stand on the stage, Wayne held a bunch of actresses' business cards and small notes with unknown room numbers, rubbed his temples, and walked to a table on the balcony and sat down. Nearly 3 months of semi-closed shooting almost exhausted his energy. After returning, he did not rest and started a big show again, and then there were interviews with the media, arranged by various companies. The irritable mood accumulated in his heart uncontrollably. With the breeze blowing gently on the balcony, Wayne habitually put his hand into his jacket pocket, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Hey, are you looking for them?" Nina was like a ghost, walking without any sound, and no one knew when she came over and put the cigarettes and lighter on the table. "I'm still wondering where you went." Wayne lit a cigarette with a click, tilted his head to glance at the assistant, then turned his head to look at the night sky, and exhaled a large cloud of green smoke. Picking up the card slip thrown on the table, Nina raised her eyebrows and flipped through it and enthusiastically helped to pick out the room number of the hotel. "Those girls keep coming one after another. I'm afraid to disturb you. I'm not in that mood now." Ignoring the other party's ridicule, the assistant has always been like this, obviously despising his scumbag attributes, while standing firmly on his side, even if it's to help appease the woman. "Actually, it's because I received a call from Jimmy." Nina observed the surrounding environment and confirmed that no one came to get close to her, and began to talk about serious matters. "Hey." Sighing softly, Wayne didn't want to talk about work at all at this moment. He just wanted to sleep quietly for 2 days and 2 nights, but his reason kept reminding him that it was far from time to slack off, and there were still a lot of things waiting for him to make a decision. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Nina could also see that her boss was in a bad mood, but work is work, and the two of them always got along well, because they had the same ideas in some aspects. "That New Zealand bearded man named Peter Jackson has finished the script for The Lord of the Rings, and is clamoring to see you as soon as possible." Jimmy asked when he would be available, and asked him to bring the script. Upon hearing this news, Wayne turned around with a cigarette in his mouth in surprise. "Finished it? It's unscientific. How could it be so fast?" The assistant obviously couldn't answer this question, so she shrugged and waited for his instructions. This book, The Lord of the Rings, is not a short story. It is a huge book like an academic monograph. When Wayne got the copyright, he tried to read this fantasy epic, which used a huge space to describe the entire magnificent Middle-earth world. The characters, settings, scenery, and plot selection involved in it are so heavy that it makes people have a headache at first glance. In fact, the adaptation of the script should not be done by one person, but a special screenwriter team should be set up with 4 to 6 senior screenwriters to adapt the part they are good at. Because there is no need to rush this project, he will give it to Peter Jackson to work on it slowly. He gave himself a time of no less than 6 months to complete the first draft, and this is still under the condition of hard work. Okay, a crazy New Zealander, we will take a day off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. In 2 days, let him take the script and go directly to Warner Brothers Studios, and I will start the post-production work of The Departed there. Chapter 357 Jewish Rules of the Game. After walking around the party, Wayne and Nina sat for a while, finished a cigarette, and got up and left the hotel, getting in the car to go back to Beverly. They had already received the exposure they deserved today, and the remaining headaches of socializing had nothing to do with them. Perhaps the only pity was that the business cards and notes that the girls had spent so much effort to send were thrown away like a pile of garbage without being looked at. This closing party held under the attention of the media attracted the attention of a large number of ordinary movie fans. The next day, various reports and previews about The Departed were published. Taking advantage of Wayne's popularity during this period, various entertainment media tacitly gave a large amount of space. No later than April, we will be able to complete all post-production of this film. In front of the editing room of Disney Studios, Anthony Minghella sat on a bench in the lounge area and turned to the fat man next to him to report on the progress of his work. You have seen the edited clips. I'm absolutely confident in the quality of this film. Harvey Weinstein spread out a newspaper, crossed his legs, and nodded silently after hearing the report. Most of his energy was obviously left on the newspaper, as if there was some special news attracting him. The British director on the side lowered his head and happened to see a huge headline. Wayne Greenberg's Oscar-winning work, The Departed, has completed filming. Last night, a large number of fans watched the closing party. In fact, Anthony Minghella has also been paying attention to this film, but the filming location is far away in Boston. More than 2 months have passed, and no more news has been leaked to the media. Now the only thing everyone knows is that this movie is a gangster film. Wayne Greenberg is too proud and too arrogant. Seeing the fat man put down the newspaper and raised his head, the British director curled his lips and spoke with a gloating tone. The film hasn't even started post-production yet, but he's already announced the Oscars next year. The Academy Awards won't like him. This isn't a commercial film that needs to be hyped up in advance. Shut up. Harvey Weinstein folded up the newspaper and suddenly pointed a finger at the British. Let me tell you, if there's anyone in this circle who knows that young man best, I'm definitely one of them. He has the capital to be proud. If you can achieve that kind of success, you can be proud too. From the moment he knew that the other party's goal was also the Oscars, he knew that the two sides would inevitably confront each other. Others didn't know what the young man's nature was, but he knew it very well. The venomous snake that bites people always bites silently. Ensure the quality of the English patient, and you don't need to worry about other things. You still know too little about this circle. One day you'll understand why he dared to go against the rules and shouted the slogan of wanting the little golden man in advance. After saying that, he put the newspaper in his suit jacket pocket, shook his head, and walked towards the parking lot, ready to go directly to Disney. Given the current situation facing the English patient, it must ask the parent company for some help in advance. As for the rest, he was too lazy to explain to the British director, let alone patiently teach him some of the rules of this circle. Until he got in the car, Harvey Weinstein was still having a headache, thinking about how to increase the chances of the English patient winning. The goal of this film is the Oscars. If he doesn't go to that event, with this retro shooting technique, there is basically no possibility of recovering the cost through the box office. The marketing ability of the Oscars is the most important part of his plan. Otherwise he would make such a project out of his mind. With his understanding of Wayne Greenberg, the facts are completely contrary to the perception of the outside media. The other party shouted out his ambition and desire for the little golden man in advance, which would not only not cause the Academy to be disgusted, but also gain an unparalleled advantage over others. Everyone is only staring at this The Departed, waiting to see the quality of the film, and may even be preparing to see a joke. After all, Wayne Greenberg has never proved himself in professional awards, and he has not even won the Oscar Preview Guild Award. The only 3 nominations for Best Director, in the eyes of the outside world, were obtained by relying on the terrifying media resources of Warner Brothers, and the Best Screenplay Oscar was too light for people like them. But Harvey Weinstein would rather it was true, but his clear mind did not allow him to play dumb. People may have forgotten that Get Out had Oscar-level competitiveness, but it was only because of the absurd setting, Wayne's young age, and the lack of active public relations that made the film seem inconspicuous. When Joker used its terrifying incitement to cause discussions throughout North America and even the world, it happened to encounter Schindler's List, which had been prepared for 10 years. In the past 2 years, it has been recognized by the industry that, apart from the top quality of Joker itself, Wayne used this film to expand overseas markets, accelerate the globalization of the Hollywood film industry, and smash the markets of countless previously closed countries and regions, and crush the last golden age of European films, turning the continent that invented movies into a dumping ground for Hollywood movies. Because of this, European media and filmmakers once denounced him together, which shows how much the film industry in that continent hates him. Even if we put aside the film, the contributions made by this series to the development of Hollywood are recognized by all people in the industry, and even competitors have no way to refute it. Therefore, the topic hyped by the media in the first few years, that the Academy and Oscar owed Wayne Greenberg a little golden man, was definitely not groundless. It was in line with the ideas of most people in the industry. The majority of people with voting rights in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences have always acquiesced to this statement. Now Wayne is obviously unwilling to wait. The reason why he shouted the slogan in advance was to remind all the bigwigs with voting rights that he didn't want to wait any longer. The reason why Harvey Weinstein felt a headache was because he saw through the other party's plan in an instant. This was a blatant conspiracy, which was so open that it made people powerless. Judging from the current situation, even The English Patient or other films, in terms of public relations strength, publicity strength, and the most basic film quality, as long as they are not too far away from The Departed, the probability of winning will be at a disadvantage. There is one more rule of the game that Anthony Minghella and even many ordinary media do not understand. To put it clearly, this is Hollywood. Jewish Hollywood. This is very important, so the fat man will not hesitate to reach out to the parent company. Remember, this is Hollywood. This is the source of my confidence. At the Greenberg Manor on Mulholland Drive in Beverly, the sun is particularly good today. Wayne is walking with Naomi Watts in the garden. The golden retriever Fendi follows them reluctantly and lies down to rest after walking a few steps. It is rare to encounter such a slow-paced holiday day when they don't think about anything. The two are not in a hurry. They chat casually while waiting for the golden retriever to recover their strength and continue the cycle. I hope you won't be blinded by pride. Naomi Watts' face is full of seriousness. In her eyes, even if this big boy is about to become a father, he is still like a child in some aspects of his heart. Since they met in 1990, she is the only woman who has slept with him for a long time. No one knows better than the Australian girl how proud this big boy is. Well, there are some things I really don't want to tell you. It will make you feel that this circle is more naked and more realistic than what you actually see. Wayne felt the woman's concern, smiled gently and shook his head, and pulled her to sit on the garden bench. Several Jewish bosses have said this to me before, and now it's time for them to fulfill their promise. Naomi, it won't be long before you see the meaning of the word one of us. This is the rule of the game. There are some things Naomi Watts may never understand. Hollywood has developed to this day and is no longer a regional name. This name actually represents the North American entertainment industry and a large set of upstream and downstream industrial chains attached to it. People's lives now are far less information intensive than in later generations. Only some social elites will find that the rapidly expanding entertainment industry chain may become the second largest industry in North America after the manufacturing industry before the arrival of the 21st century. However, who are the people at the top of this circle and the core of the upstream and downstream industrial chains? Jews. As long as the word media is mentioned, everyone will think of Jews. So it is not alarmist to say that, to some extent, the Jewish people have always deeply influenced the lifeblood of the United States. Since many years ago, the awakened Anglo-Saxons have continuously established many anti-Semitic organizations, but they have never effectively curbed the continuous expansion of the Jews, and wealth has inevitably gathered in the hands of these people. To this day, there are still anti-Semitic organizations in North America, even more than people imagine. In this land, known for freedom of speech, the idea that the Jews are guilty has always had a large market. But since the media industry was controlled by the Jews, those organizations were destined to be ineffective, so the entertainment market became their private land. Usually, it is relatively easier for their own people to enter this circle and achieve some achievements than other races. Wayne is definitely one of their own in their eyes, or the kind of one who actively integrates into the circle. The reality is so red. Hey, honey? Naomi Watts pinched Wayne's arm, woke him up from his trance, and pointed in the direction of the main building of the villa. Nina is waving at us. There must be work that requires your decision. Let's go back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, A Careful Man. It is now the end of January, and Los Angeles will soon welcome spring and flowers. The temperature here never respects winter, just like those who have attacked Wayne never respect his pettiness. Bruce Rosenblum called. The assistant came over and helped Naomi Watts walk back while speaking. Boss, your Chiller ex-girlfriend Katie was ruthlessly abandoned. As soon as the Warner Brothers legal department came forward, all the non-profit women's rights organizations and legal aid disappeared, leaving the girl alone to face a media group's lawyer team, who are suing her on various charges. Wayne stretched out his hand and nodded. Nina, I don't want to hear these nonsense. The Australian girl gently squeezed Nina's hand, and the two looked at each other and raised their teasing smiles together. Although Naomi Watts was very willing to continue listening to these gossips, she still silently stopped the assistant. In front of outsiders, this man always has a mature face far beyond his age. At work, he is even more unapproachable. Only the assistant can tease him in person. After all, Nina represents most of his life ability. Let's talk business. I need a nap after I finish. Wayne took the lead and walked into the living room. He deliberately sat under the window, where the sun came in, leaned on the sofa, and hugged the golden retriever, enjoying the remaining vacation. Helping Naomi Watts to sit down first, Nina put away her smile, pushed her glasses, and sat opposite him. Okay, the news we are waiting for has arrived. Bruce Rosenblum faxed it personally. She pointed to the table with 2 printed papers on it and continued. Warner Brothers has been keeping an eye on Disney, Universal Pictures and Sony Columbia. Their top productions this year have announced the release dates one after another. The details are all here. Nodding, Wayne picked up the faxed information, which had been categorized by Warner Brothers staff, so that people can understand all the arrangements of each company at a glance. There are only films that have announced release dates, but the projects that can start promoting in advance are only the top productions of each company. Looking at these familiar movie names, he realized something different. If he hadn't intervened like a plug-in, Disney would probably be the big winner of the summer season this year. Whether it's Ransom Storm directed by Ron Howard, The Rock where Explosive Bay began to show its self-worth, or 101 Dalmatians that fascinated countless children, they were all concentrated by Disney's distribution company Buena Vista Pictures and arranged in the crowded summer season. Pulling the assistant's notebook, Wayne took out the pen stuck on it and circled several movies while thinking. They have all started promoting, right? He tapped the printing paper with a pen, constantly matching the selected targets in his mind, and looked up at Nina. That's right. The assistant didn't know what he was calculating. No one could predict the result before a movie was released. Even if it was a big investment and a big production, every investment was like gambling. But after working as a personal assistant for so many years, she still knows her boss better. Some of the decisions made by this man seem to be risky, but he is an extremely conservative person. He will not easily take action if he is not sure. Just knowing this is enough. It can be said that the war for the summer season has already begun. I just asked. After these companies and theater companies set the release date, they have all started the pre-promotion. Unless there are uncontrollable accidents, they will not change the release time, otherwise all the funds invested in publicity and promotion will be wasted. That's good, that's the best. Looking at Wayne's expression opposite, Naomi Watts suddenly felt awkward. This man was obviously smiling, but there was a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth, like a vicious cobra, constantly swallowing and spitting out its tongue. Please call Townsend Rothman for me, and tell him that I'm willing to help them design a comic universe for free. Yes, tell him just like that. No other conditions attached. I'm willing to help them make a long-term plan for the X-Men. Ask him if he is interested. Nina looked at him in disbelief. The assistant knew some of his plans. The X-Men series was originally going to be made by Greenberg Studio when the time came. This time was after the release of Universal Pictures' The Hulk. 20th Century Fox would see that superheroes were definitely not something that others could play. With the comparison of the box office failure, Wayne, the planner and general producer of this project, would become unique, so that the other party would pinch their noses and allow Greenberg Studio to share a share. Of course, this plan would change with the situation. Even Wayne himself could not guarantee that the world would not be affected by his wings and make the early Hulk a success. Don't look at me, go ahead. There are some things he can't explain clearly. In addition to the X-Men, there are many other options for money-making projects, but he is unwilling to wait for a moment for an opportunity to make people unhappy. He is not afraid of others knowing these things, otherwise some people will really regard him as a good guy who can throw dirty water at will. Naomi Watts has been watching silently. She doesn't understand what all this means, but she knows that someone will definitely be unlucky. Townsend Roseman wants to talk to you. After about 10 minutes, Nina covered the receiver of the phone, walked back and asked in a low voice. Wayne waved to her, shook his head and said, "Give it to me." It seems that this old guy is tempted. He took the phone and put it to his ear, gently stroked the big head of the golden retriever, and greeted the microphone with a smile. "Good afternoon, Townsend. This is Wayne." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while before a familiar voice came. "Is everything your assistant said true? Wayne, I don't want this to be a shitty joke." "That's right. Before 1998, I will personally help Fox plan the X-Men, and I can even be the producer of the opening film. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Townsend Rothman on the other side of the phone got confirmation and exhaled deeply. He knew what this promise meant. No one would easily give away profits calculated in billions. As early as last year, when he ran to the farm, he knew that if he didn't give this young man enough benefits, the other party would never get involved in the X-Men. This is a commercialized society, and feelings have always been a foil to interests. Remind you, Wayne, I did receive hints from some people, but all the little actions against you before 20th Century Fox and News Corporation were not involved. Of course, that's why I'm willing to find you. Wayne stood up from the sofa with the phone in his hand, put one hand in his trouser pocket, walked to the old and mottled French window, and looked through the glass at the busy gardener in the garden. "I need you to move the release date of Independence Day forward by 1 week. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an exclamation from the microphone. "That's impossible. Wayne, the name of this movie is Independence Day, which means it will only be released on July 4th. This is also the reason why Fox hasn't started promoting it yet. I can't risk the investment of $75 million, and the board of directors won't allow me to do so. Damn, I'm not the CEO of Fox yet. Think about it, and contact me when you figure it out. This condition will be valid until the summer season." Far away in the office of Fox building in Century City, Townsend Rossman hung up the phone and lit a cigar in silence. It stands to reason that this matter cannot be discussed. With an investment of $75 million, no one dares to take such a large sum of money. Not to mention that he is just an executive. Even the major shareholder dare not make this decision. After careful consideration, he pressed the phone again. After a while, the door of the office was knocked, and the secretary walked in with a document. 1 week before Independence Day, which company's project has been scheduled? The secretary looked down at the document. 3 days ago, Universal Pictures announced the release date of The Nutty Professor and also started the pre-promotion. The prospects of this film are generally optimistic. The director is Tom Shadyac, and the starring actors are Eddie Murphy, Jada Pinkett Smith and others. This Jada is Will Smith's wife. Okay, I know. After the secretary left, Townsend Rothman felt a headache. The leading actor of Independence Day is Will Smith, and that The Nutty Professor was actually starred by his wife. It was just too coincidental. And Wayne's goal was obviously this masterpiece of Universal. The good news is that he at least didn't want Independence Day to collide with the Hulk. As he exhaled a large puff of green smoke, he muttered to himself, "You really think highly of Independence Day? You are so sure that it can squeeze Universal Pictures?" At the same time, in the Warner Brothers building in Burbank, Bruce Rosenblum also frowned slightly, looking at the fax that had just been sent to him. Warner Brothers has several big productions this year. The one that is most favored by the company is not Wayne's new project The Departed, but the hugely invested Twister. This big project directed by Jan de Bont is the commercial bomb that will replace Batman in this summer. The release date should have been announced earlier, but it was stopped by Jeff Robinoff. Needless to say, Wayne's factor is involved. Now the revised release date will be announced in 2 weeks. He knows that the target is paramount. Bruce Rosenblum has full confidence in his own film, even if it will be benchmarked against Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible. The difficulty is to renegotiate the contract with the theater company, and the changes in this document are not just the schedule of this film. No matter how headache others have, after the first step of the chess game, Wayne did not think about it anymore. He took a 2-day vacation with peace of mind, and then plunged into the post-production studio in Warner Brothers Studios and officially started the editing work of The Departed. Chapter 359 Self-Drive. After a short break of 2 consecutive days, Wayne came to a post-production studio in Warner Brothers Studios to start the post-production work of The Departed. Compared with the filming of film footage, post-production is never a simple matter. It undoubtedly requires the cooperation of multiple departments and teams, and the basis of all this is editing. The first impression of film production that the general public knows is that the director directs the crew to shoot. In fact, it is just the opposite. It can be said without hesitation that no matter how powerful the director is, including Wayne, all the previous shooting work is for editing. There is no difference from the previous few years. Wayne is still working with Dawn Scott's editing team. This high-level commercial film editor has always cooperated with him in a tacit understanding. Therefore, no matter how well a movie is shot, the editing part of the movie is indispensable. When editing a movie in the post-production, the most important thing is to pay attention to the editing of movie clips. These days, Dawn Scott brought his assistant to wash the negatives shot by Wayne and made a set of working samples, fully preparing for all the work before editing. Today, they officially used this set of samples for editing. They selected the required shots and films from a large number of samples, cut the films with scissors, and then glued them together with tape or glue. After that, they watched the editing effect on the editing table. Usually, he would ask Wayne and Gilmore for their opinions, and then get their affirmation. This process must be repeated and produced continuously. This is also the so-called first rough cut, which is a relatively repetitive job and the basis for the subsequent fine cut. Entering the film editing part is really entering the non-linear part of the film, because Dawn Scott, who is very familiar with Wayne's intentions and ideas, does not follow the routine when editing the film most of the time. In other words, he will not edit one by one in a certain order. Many times, he will cut from the middle, insert a shot, or cut some pictures, so that he can quickly splice the desired picture effect. Editing is a heavy and meticulous job. A story film often has hundreds or thousands of shots. The picture part has interior scenes, exterior scenes, real scenes and built scenes. Wayne usually shoots the same scene in a concentrated manner, and Wayne Scott has to rearrange it in the order of the content when editing. Some important shots in the film are often shot repeatedly by Wayne for performance or technical reasons, and they need to be selected during editing. The final effect of this film was already imprinted in Wayne's mind as early as the beginning of filming, or before the script was written, which will also save a lot of time for the subsequent fine cutting work. After all, he considered this issue during filming. There is a large part of the shooting style between Martin Scorsese and Wayne, which is one of the reasons why he chose this film. If you pay close attention to Martin's masterpieces, from Mean Streets, Goodfellas, Taxi Driver, to Raging Bull, Casino Tycoon, etc., the shooting perspective focuses on the real life of the lower class civilians, and likes to use images to record a corner of North America in life and the panorama of the lives of various immigrant ethnic groups. Therefore, the media has always called Martin Scorsese a film sociologist, and praised him for always using the lens to objectively reveal the truth of the world. Of course, there is also indispensable blood and violence. Wayne also likes this. Whether it is exposing social problems or human nature, his first thought is to make good use of blood and violence. The difference between the two is also quite obvious. Almost all of Martin Scorsese's films break and subvert the traditional narrative, the narrative structure of the beginning discovery high nest end, that is strictly followed. And he likes to use documentary shooting techniques and use actors who are closest to life. Wayne is completely the opposite. He is used to following the linear narrative structure of the traditional academic school. Whether it is a so-called commercial film or an art film, telling a story well, and clearly from beginning to end as a basis, and the rest is nothing more than a matter of rhythm. Regardless of whether it is a multi-line parallel or a single-line narrative, it has always been his trademark to promote the plot according to the timeline. There is no saying which of the two styles is better or worse, but there will be some differences in editing. Just now Zack Snyder came over and saw you discussing the film with Dawn, and then went back. Nina waited for Wayne to finish his work, handed him a cup of coffee, and deliberately lowered her voice to avoid affecting other people in the room. He put the cup to his mouth to test the temperature, and found that the coffee was not too hot, just right. After taking 2 big sips, Wayne walked out of the editing room with his assistant. "Didn't he say what?" he asked, sitting on the lounge chair at the door. "I guess the first cut of The Matrix is finished, otherwise he wouldn't have the time to come." "He didn't say, but he doesn't look anxious." Nina took the coffee cup from his hand, poured some more from the thermos, and then very consciously opened her handbag and took out cigarettes and lighters. "Also, the bearded New Zealand director also called before, and will probably come before lunch." In a large cloud of smoke, Wayne nodded to indicate that he heard it. At this time, in addition to the film he was editing, the only thing left in his mind was the various arrangements for the summer season. When the two were taking a break, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Before he finished smoking a cigarette, Zack Snyder ran over again. Seeing them sitting at the door, a hint of joy appeared on his unkempt face. "Is there a problem with The Matrix?" Without waiting for Zack Snyder to greet him, Wayne took the initiative to move to the side, leaving a seat for him, and asked curiously, "The post-production work is fine?" Zack Snyder immediately shook his head after sitting down. "The preliminary editing work has been basically completed. You can go and have a look when you have time. Judging from the current progress, all the work can be completed around mid-April." "Shit, how long have you not changed your clothes?" Even with the cigarette burning continuously, the moment he sat down, Wayne still smelled a sour smell. Looking at the wrinkles on the other person's clothes, it was obvious that he had worn them for at least a week. The people here have a strong body odor. If you meet some people with well-developed sweat glands, they will stink if they don't take a shower for a day. So most men like to spray some cologne to cover up their body odor. Not to mention men, women are actually not much different. White girls look very pleasing to the eye, but in fact, if you observe closely, you can find that most of them have rough skin and large pores. This brings about a more obvious body odor, but most normal people will deliberately take a shower before going out and spray some perfume. "Really? I haven't been home for more than a week. The time you have left for The Matrix is too tight." Raising his sleeve and smelling it, Zack Snyder looked indifferent, but there was resentment in his eyes. If it weren't for him and the editing team working overtime like crazy, The Matrix would never have been completed so quickly. After that, there would be a lot of work such as special effects rendering, music, dimming, dubbing, etc. It would be impossible to complete it before the summer vacation. Okay. Wayne raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. "Tell me, what unsolvable problem did you encounter that made you drop your work and come here twice?" I still have some time now. Stevenson, Allera and others made it clear to me, as soon as the filming of The Crew was finished, that they would not participate in my next project. Damn it. Noticing that he might not have made it clear, he quickly explained, Stevenson is the crew's photography supervisor, and Allera is the crew's lighting supervisor. I don't understand. They didn't give me a chance to prove myself, and now they have joined another crew. The core team behind the scenes was disbanded. This kind of problem is very common in Hollywood. Most people who have been smoothed out live this kind of life. In their eyes, this is just a job. When it's over, they naturally have to find the next job. Most of them don't care whether the film is released or whether it is successful. Only works that are box office hits will attract their attention. But the chance of a box office hit is too low. There are so many projects launched in Hollywood every year, and only a small part of them are box office successes. What do you want to say? Isn't this normal? Wayne shook his head, not quite understanding why this is depressing. Seeing that he didn't understand, Zack Snyder leaned back in his chair and continued, I've talked to Robert and Schwartz. These behind the scenes experts who have been following you have never thought of leaving. It's strange, right? If you hadn't given me this opportunity, I would never have thought of shooting alone. He turned his head and stared at Wayne behind the smoke. I need some experience, work experience that you didn't teach me before. Otherwise, every time you finish shooting a movie, you have to change the core behind the scenes team, which requires too much energy. A group of industry elites getting together is always a happy trouble, because these people will never be easy to lead. Now the team that Warner Brothers has put together for Zack Snyder can be said to be all experts above the industry level, but they have parted ways after working together once. A stable behind the scenes team is the biggest foundation for a director's success. Movies are never the product of individualism. Even if it is a low-cost grindhouse film, it requires the cooperation of various types of work to be produced. Zack Snyder knew that his future path would be to focus on commercial productions. His biggest concern now was how to lead a stable team and keep those talented people around him. I understand, Zack. Wayne nodded, stretched out his finger holding a cigarette, pointed at him and said mysteriously, self-drive. Chapter 360, Changes brought by the release of videotapes. With a puzzled look on his face, Zack Snyder kept talking about self-motivation and left. This was the only answer he got from this. In fact, the matter is very easy to understand. Find a group of great people to get together, give them a salary that matches their level, and don't forget the most important thing, full authorization. The rest is self-motivation. As long as you do the basic work of a leader, set work goals, and give the team enough room to play, it will be enough. Zack Snyder's director is much more tired than Wayne when he was shooting. Although the director should care about everything and manage everything, it is not feasible to overinterpret all specific work. This involves human nature. Everyone needs a stage to show their talents, and the higher the level, the more so. If Zack Snyder can't figure this out, he will never be able to unite the team, not only in the film industry, but also in other industries. After smoking a cigarette, Wayne drank the coffee in the cup in one gulp, and returned to the editing room with his assistant. Gilmore and Wayne Scott were watching the clips that had just been edited. Nina couldn't help but sigh when she came in. Chris is so sexy. Hearing the woman muttering to herself, Wayne looked at her curiously. From the perspective of a female audience, do you think he is sexy or Brad Pitt is sexy? Christian Bale is more in line with my fantasy. The assistant raised her eyebrows, made a sound of tut-tut, and stared at him again. In fact, both of them are very sexy. It's a pity that this movie is destined to be unfriendly to women. Just after the performance of Batman, the media conducted a survey of the audience. Among the 100 passers-by interviewed randomly, more than half of the women voted for Christian Bale, thinking that he satisfied their sexy fantasies about their other half. Especially when this man is wearing black armor, he doesn't need to show his body. A strong breath and a few powerful movements can make women imagine. When he turns back into the playboy, who spends a lot of money, the strong body under the suit is even more attractive to women. After watching Batman, countless women have clamored to experience the feeling of being hit on the back by Christian Bale. But in fact, the British actor is not showing off his sexiness, but he interprets the role just right and exudes vitality involuntarily, which makes all the sexiness traceable. This kind of figure that makes women scream when they see it is not natural for Christian Bale. He is not an actor like Leonardo DiCaprio who is chased by God to feed him. All this is because he can endure loneliness and endure the hard shaping for 6 or 7 months before filming. If Batman Begins doesn't explain anything, before filming this The Departed, he ran to the Los Angeles Police Department again and experienced the life of a policeman for a month. This has proved the effect of hard work and dedication. Wayne rarely saw Nina's expression and teased, "Hey, do you need me to help you make an appointment with Chris?" No. The editing room was working in a relaxed atmosphere. At this time, at the door of Warner Brothers Studios, Peter Jackson was holding a large file bag and, under the guidance of the staff, changed to the tram and went straight to the post-production studio. What he held in his arms was all his expectations. For this thing, he had almost exhausted all his energy in the past 3 months. When the New Zealander stood in front of Wayne, he was almost unrecognizable. Now the beard on his face was denser, and his figure had turned 180 degrees. He could no longer be called fat, but more like Zack Snyder's current figure. Leave the script. What you should do now is go back and rest. Looking at the state of the bearded New Zealander in front of him, Wayne was not angry at all for being interrupted. "I will read the script as soon as possible. Don't worry, if it is written well, you will be the director of this project." "Thank you, Mr. Greenberg." Peter Jackson hesitated for a moment, put down the script, and turned to leave the studio. The other party had already made a promise. He was too tired during this period of time. He just hoped that everything would have a good result. Looking at the thin back of the bearded New Zealander, Wayne smiled and opened the file bag and pulled out a thick stack of printed paper from it. This thing felt wrong as soon as he took it out. It was too thick, far more than the first part of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. This was one of his favorite series in his previous life. It was because of the deep impression that forced him to snatch it before the Harvey Weinstein brothers and New Line Cinema and complete the integration of film copyrights one step earlier. The Lord of the Rings trilogy created too much glory. The New Zealand director who just left probably didn't expect what this project would bring him. After shooting this series, he jumped into the ranks of Hollywood's top directors. At the same time, all the glory was tied to Tolkien. Without the masterpiece of this master, it would be a failure. Gandalf. When he opened the script, the first name that came into his eyes was this Maya, the demigod. In his previous life, all kinds of jokes about this Malay wizard were flooded on the internet. In fact, after coming here and entering Hollywood, Wayne understood that Gandalf was not just a person who could cast a lighting spell and then use weapons to fight the enemy. In the original book, he was indeed proficient in melee, combat and various magic. It is really the production cost that limits everything. Think about the big scenes in the movie, and there are tens of thousands of costumes, weapons, armor, a large number of troops, etc. The money spent on magic special effects is obviously not as good as spending it on other places. Not to mention this year, if the filming time is pushed back 10 years, special effects production is still a big spender, like a bottomless pit. Please keep it for me and go back to look at it carefully at night. I didn't expect him to adapt it so long. Wayne shook his head, put the script back into the file bag, and handed it to the assistant. A script like this is definitely not okay. If it is produced at this length, the trilogy cannot fit these stories, and it is hard to say about the 5-part series. There are a lot of side stories in it, which must be cut, and some less important main scenes should be deleted without affecting the integrity of the story. As long as the film and television adaptation of famous works begins, it is destined to destroy the original work. There is no solution to this. Compared with the number of fans of the original novel, the film will not accommodate them at all, and all story adaptations will only serve more ordinary fans. Time passed slowly without us noticing, until mid-February, when the atmosphere of the awards season became increasingly intense. This year, unlike the previous few years, Wayne's new project Batman Begins gave up all Oscar awards from the beginning. The film did not participate in any public relations activities, such as various film screenings, film parties, etc. However, the publicity in the media has never fallen. Since the incident of the righteous little boy that became popular in North America, Warner Brothers has been constantly hyping it up, and topics about Batman have continued to appear in its media. Such reports at all costs are for the upcoming videotapes. And everything is just as Warner Brothers expected. As soon as the videotape of Batman Begins was released, fans immediately rushed to buy it. It was originally the annual box office champion in 1995. I don't know how many fans were waiting for this moment. Coupled with the big show near the release, more families chose to take out their credit cards to support Wayne's superhero masterpiece. The videotapes are divided into theatrical release versions for $19.90, director's commemorative editions with many extras for $29.90, super long director's cuts in gift boxes for $39.90, and director's cuts with Batman plus Joker collaboration for $59.90. There are also some differences from what Warner Brothers imagined. They originally thought that the shipments of the latter two gift box versions would not be too large, and most people's main choice would still be the ordinary version. This retail price is already very expensive for ordinary movie fans. But once the videotapes were put on sale, no matter which version was priced, it was very popular, especially the latter two gift box collector's editions. Many surrounding stores and Blockbuster stores were sold out on the first day. Fortunately, the distribution department reacted quickly enough. Before the restocking call came, the situation was unexpectedly good, so the processing factory was immediately notified to work overtime to start production. This sales speed that made everyone jealous lasted from early February to mid-February. Warner Brothers never announced the sales figures in this regard. As several other giants in the industry, they can still analyze the approximate revenue from various feedbacks. At least more than $200 million. This is the most conservative estimate. This number does not include the independent surrounding stores outside the cinema. Judging from the shipments in Blockbuster, cinema stores, and large audiovisual supermarkets, it will definitely not be less than $200 million. In an office of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rossman held a cigar in his hand and stood in front of the window listening to Terry's analysis. He knew very well how much profit this number represented. The cigar in his hand, that was about to be crushed, could show that his heart was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. It was only half a month, and no one knew how much the final amount was. This was not a one-time deal, but a long-term income for the previous company. The cost of printing the videotapes was not worth mentioning compared to the high selling price. Excluding the part of the middle distributors, the profit margin was also more than 85%. Especially the two gift box collector's editions, the profit could account for at least 90%. The reason why so many Hollywood productions that were loss-making on paper still made profits in the end was because the income from videotapes was a huge profit. In fact, it has always been like this. It is true that videotapes saved Hollywood after the 1970s and 1980s. Gradually, DVDs with lower costs appeared, pushing the income in this area even higher. Wayne, you win. It was not until a while after Terry left that Townsend Rossman muttered softly, sat back at his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed Wayne's private number without hesitation. Hello, this is Mr. Greenberg's assistant Nina Clean. Who are you? Please tell Wayne that the release date of Independence Day can be announced tomorrow. I need his commitment, presented in paper form. Chapter 361 The Matrix vs. Hulk. Boss. In the post-production studio of Warner Brothers Studios, Nina covered the microphone of her mobile phone and shouted to the people who were discussing across the editing table. Facing the four men, Guillermo, Dawn Scott, Hector Henry and Wayne, who were frowning and looking at her at the same time, she showed an apologetic expression and pointed her finger at the microphone. Forget it, let's stop here today. He raised his arm and looked at the time. It was 4:50. There were only a few minutes left before the end of the work. Wayne shook his head and said to the three people around him, Dawn, seal everything here. We will take a break tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and continue on Monday. The post-production work of this film does not need to be rushed. Compared with the Matrix next door, there are not so many special effects that need to be added, and there is no tedious special effects rendering work. The main post-production work of this film is centered around editing. It's a call from Townsend Rothman. After Wayne finished his instructions and came over, Nina whispered, "He hopes you can give a guarantee, preferably in the contract." "Give it to me." Taking the phone from the assistant lady and putting it to his ear, Wayne said without any hesitation, "20th Century Fox can rest assured to do it. My promise is the biggest guarantee. Fox can contact my agent Jimmy in a few days to discuss the contract." "Okay, your reputation is obvious to all in the circle. I'm not worried about this." Townsend Rothman's voice came from the phone. After a slight pause, he asked, "There has never been a secret in this circle. Your promise is the biggest reason for me to convince the board of directors, so no need to keep it secret. There is nothing to hide. Even the 6 giants hold a small amount of shares in each other, so some things do not need to be kept secret at all. As long as you want to check, there are naturally many channels to get the news." After hanging up the phone, Wayne stood there and pondered for a while, confirmed that there were no loopholes, and smiled. It is not only 20th Century Fox that is busy tonight. The distribution department of Warner Brothers is also preparing for the media conference the next day. The time has been delayed for a long time, and its own summer production can finally start publicity and promotion. Wayne, who had been busy for a week, went to bed early with Naomi Watts. No one knew what he meant by making these arrangements. In his mind, this was like a game of opaque information. He used information asymmetry to attack his opponents, making them suffer big losses in an inexplicable state. The comfort he brought to people was much higher than the swearing. This would tell some people that actions are far more convincing than words. There is one fact that will never change even after decades. It is more uncomfortable to lose money that is about to be put into your pocket than to kill the other party. After Friday night, on this ordinary Saturday in mid-February, the news reported by the media set off the emotions of many ordinary movie fans. Several big-budget summer movies announced their release dates on the same day. The 20th Century Fox distribution department held a small media conference this morning to announce the specific release date of the sci-fi blockbuster Independence Day, directed by Roland Emmerich and co-starred by Will Smith, Bill Pullman and Jeff Goldblum. Unlike what most fans guessed, the release date of this film named Independence Day is not July 4th, the day of Independence Day, but a week earlier. The reason given by Terry, an executive of the 20th Century Fox distribution department, is that it is arranged to June 28th, in order to allow fans to see this sci-fi masterpiece earlier. Los Angeles Times. "Fuck, what the hell is 20th Century Fox trying to do?" Before noon, Justin, the head of the Universal Pictures distribution department, knocked on the CEO's office door with a newspaper. After reading the newspaper, Ron Meir couldn't help but spit out a swear word. This matter seems to be nothing abnormal. There are big productions released every weekend in the summer season. Movies that can be arranged in this hottest period in North America cannot be afraid of competition. However, those who are interested know that 20th Century Fox chose to release the film a week earlier than the better Independence Day weekend. There must be something wrong with it. Just look at the name of the film and you will know what risks they will take. I sent someone to check it out before I came here. Justin's face was also very ugly. The big productions invested by the 6 majors have always avoided vicious competition. Normally, such a deliberate arrangement will only cause fans to be divided, and both sides will suffer. It was Townsend Rothman who persuaded the executives and the board of directors to change the original release date of the film. In June this year, 20th Century Fox CEO Jeff Giannopoulos will step down and retire. Townsend Rothman is the most popular successor, so he has a lot of say in Fox. Why take such a risk? Ron Meir doesn't think that the next CEO of the 6 majors is a fool. He will take risks of hundreds of millions of dollars for no reason. There must be other problems. The production cost of Independence Day is $75 million, which is a relatively reliable number. Add to that the publicity and promotion funds that need to be invested before the release, and it is conservatively estimated that it will be half of the production cost, not less than $40 million. Are you kidding me with hundreds of millions of dollars? I'm afraid that, no matter how high Townsend Rothman's reputation is, he can't convince the board of directors and executives. And this, while the CEO of Universal Pictures was thinking, Justin turned the newspaper on the table over and put it in front of him. What? Warner Brothers Distribution Department announced this morning the release date of The Matrix, a project produced, written, and initiated by Wayne Greenberg. The film will meet with fans in mid-May at the beginning of the summer season. The director of this sci-fi blockbuster, Zack Snyder, comes from Wayne Greenberg's core team behind the scenes. This is his first independent directorial work. The reason why he can. Ron Meyer didn't continue reading and threw the newspaper on the table. Now it is very obvious that Warner Brothers deliberately released this film on the weekend when The Hulk premiered. Warner Brothers is too superstitious about Wayne Greenberg. The CEO of Universal Pictures had a sneer on his face. In addition to gloating, his eyes were also filled with anger. The other party clearly did not take Universal Pictures seriously. Come on, let me see what a new director can do. Zack Snyder? Does the company have a personal file of this person? There are some records. Justin's expression was solemn, far less optimistic than his boss. Zack Snyder, a New York advertising director, joined Wayne Greenberg's behind-the-scenes team in 1992 and has been serving as an assistant director. It is said that Wayne Greenberg trusts him very much. The reason why Warner Brothers used this newcomer this time was all because of Wayne Greenberg's recommendation. And at this point, he looked at his boss and hesitated, not knowing whether he should say his guess. What else? Ron Meyer waved his hand impatiently. He never regarded The Matrix as an opponent. In his opinion, this was the beginning of Warner Brothers' superstition about Wayne Greenberg, which was definitely a good thing. What gave him a headache was 20th Century Fox's Independence Day. They were both sci-fi blockbusters, but the appeal of Roland Emmerich and Will Smith was the #1 threat now. There have been rumors in the industry that the reason Wayne Greenberg developed so quickly was inseparable from Fox, which helped him release his first work, and the person who promoted him was Townsend Rothman. There are rumors that their relationship broke down because of the negotiations for the Get Out project, and there are also rumors that their relationship has always been very good. What are you saying? Yes. Justin nodded and pointed to the front page of the Los Angeles Times. The reason why Independence Day is willing to adjust the schedule and release it a week earlier to compete with The Nutty Professor is probably because of Wayne Greenberg. His words made Ron Meyer fall into deep thought, wondering what 20th Century Fox got to be willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to accompany that young man to go crazy. Ding ring ring, a phone rang, and the CEO of Universal Pictures frowned, reached out and picked up the phone on the table and put it to his ear. Hello, this is Ron Meyer. It took only a dozen seconds before the phone was put on the table again, and the room fell into an eerie silence. It's Wayne Greenberg. The reason why 20th Century Fox is willing to do this is because it has received a promise about the X-Men series. Shit, this dark lunatic. Justin showed an expression of as expected, and he extremely agreed with his boss's evaluation of the young man. A normal person would never do such a thing that would harm others and not benefit himself. Even if it really caused a sharp drop in the income of his 2 films, what benefit would he get? Only a psychopath would do this, which is completely inconsistent with the rules of capitalist behavior. We have invested millions of dollars in the early publicity of our 2 big productions. Looking at Ron Meyer across the desk, he said with a gloomy face, it is impossible to change the release date now, otherwise the early investment will be in vain, and the other weekends of the summer season will be crowded as well. What he wanted to express was very clear. Since the release date could not be changed, what he faced was bound to be fierce competition. Most of the time, this kind of competition is a lose-lose situation. Most fans will be diverted by their respective publicity, and it is basically just a matter of the size of the loss. Ron Meyer tapped the newspaper on the table with one finger, making a tap sound. Universal Pictures is never afraid of competition. The publicity and distribution funds for The Hulk will be increased by another 10 million. There are still about 3 months left. You should keep an eye on Bill Becker's post-production work and make sure there are no accidents. Chapter 362. Wow, Warner Brothers is such a big deal. Everyone in the industry knows what happened on Saturday. No matter what the purpose is, 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers are tacitly squeezing out Universal Pictures projects. The man behind all this is a crazy young Hollywood boss. Less than a day after the media reported it, the general news had spread, and even the reason why 20th Century Fox did this was analyzed. The reason is very simple, that is, greater interests. Now this Independence Day has an investment of $75 million US, and it is likely to exceed 100 million yuan after the publicity and promotion investment. This is 20th Century Fox's top project this year, but it is used to collide with Universal Pictures. No matter how much box office is lost this summer, no matter how much risk is taken, the young man's promise will pay for it. The peripheral sales of Batman Begins calculated in billions, and the videotapes that have been selling well for more than half a month. These are the basic operating capabilities of the production company, which can be fully replicated. The premise of replication is to ensure the success rate of superhero movies. This new project with omnichannel profitability comparable to that of animated feature films, but with a production cycle far lower than that of animated feature films, is the source of jealousy for Warner Brothers and other giants. The guarantee of the success of comic-adapted superheroes is undoubtedly Wayne Greenberg, who turned this niche genre into a carnival for movie fans in the summer. Unless Universal Pictures achieves the expected success at the beginning of this summer, facing the huge investment in comic-adapted superheroes, other giants will never act easily. Everyone seems to be watching a farce, privately laughing at Wayne's making a fuss, dragging the two giants crazy without benefiting others, and waiting indifferently for the arrival of the summer season, eager to see the three giants fight each other. However, what people didn't expect is still to come. Saturday is just the beginning. Early on Sunday morning, Warner Brothers happily announced the release dates of the remaining projects invested by itself. Some people who were still watching the movie yesterday found out with a grim look the next day that they were not outsiders, but were all involved in the dark madman. What does Warner Brothers want to do? Are they going crazy with Wayne Greenberg? Mel Gibson, who has been busy with award season activities, originally went to Paramount to discuss the issue of the film pushing party. Unexpectedly, he found out that Warner Brothers' big move actually involved more than one or two companies. The Disney blockbuster Ransom Storm starring him was announced to be released in mid-June more than 2 weeks ago. As a hot candidate for this year's Oscars, Disney's distribution company Buena Vista Pictures has long regarded him as a major publicity point. Looking at the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times in his hand, the headline on it is a report that Wayne Greenberg's new project, The Departed, will premiere in mid-June. Even if this is not the Batman that fans expect, no one dares to underestimate his project. Yes, this is not a traditional commercial blockbuster, but Wayne's movies have never followed the market rules, right? Who knows if this realistic gangster movie will have a box office explosion. Motherfucker. Son of the BXXXH. Although he knew that this was aimed at Disney, the Australian movie star still kept spewing out all kinds of dirty words, and the president's secretary who was walking over frowned. Everyone knows that Hollywood celebrities have one image in front of the public and another image behind the scenes, but the contrast is so great that the secretary has not seen many people like the Australians. Mr. Gibson, Ms. Lansing, the meeting is over. Okay. Mel Gibson rubbed his face with his hands, stood up and straightened his suit, grabbed the newspaper, and followed the secretary into the office. The first person he saw after entering was the first female CEO in Hollywood history, who also held up a newspaper with an ugly face, and both of them were reading this morning's Los Angeles Times. After the secretary quietly closed the door and left, he did not disturb Shirley Lansing, but sat at his desk and took out the newspaper he had just not finished reading, wanting to know what other news would make this legendary female manager look ugly. It was not until a few minutes later that Mel Gibson couldn't help but whisper in surprise, TSK, 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 Warner Brothers is such a big shot. Wayne Greenberg is such a big shot. I think so too. A woman's voice came, and I looked up and found that the other party was holding a coffee cup, and there was a newspaper on the table. Okay, let's talk business. Shirley Lansing didn't continue the topic, put down the coffee, and looked at him and said, tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, the wine party will be held at the Beverly Four Seasons Hotel. We have invited a large number of Academy members. The specific public relations matters. I'm ready. Mel Gibson didn't care about anything else. The upcoming Oscars were the top priority, and everything else was not as important as this. My agent helped me find a lobbying company. I will personally pay $3 million for public relations to ensure that Braveheart will always appear in the media. Paramount will fully mobilize its media resources. You don't have to worry about this. You can contact the public relations department for the specific plan. After a brief exchange between the two, Mel Gibson didn't care about the news reported in the newspaper and went straight to the public relations department. After leaving the office, Shirley Lansing picked up the newspaper again, stared at the news on it, and fell into deep thought. The Departed will be released in mid-June, and Disney's Ransom will be released on the same weekend. This has nothing to do with Paramount. However, Mission Impossible, which will be released at the end of May, is their top production this year, and Tom Cruise can be said to be the biggest guarantee of box office success. In a schedule that other companies are avoiding, Warner Bros. Squeezed in this year's most anticipated big production, Twister, on the same weekend. This is what made Paramount CEO feel sick. Since the failure of Far and Away a few years ago, big companies in the industry have understood one thing: superstars are not completely a guarantee of box office success. No one can predict which movie will suddenly be ignored by fans. Otherwise, the combination of Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman would not have suffered a Waterloo. You know, since Tom Cruise became popular with Top Gun, no matter what type of movie he participated in, it seems that the audience only recognizes his handsome face and basically has never failed at the box office. The only time in recent years that the production company lost money was Far and Away. This movie has reminded all production companies that superstars are not always so easy to use, otherwise Shirley Lansing would not be annoyed. In mid-May, The Matrix will be released, and the same weekend will be Universal Pictures' The Hulk. In late May, Twister will be released, and the opponent will be Paramount's Mission Impossible on the same weekend. In mid-June, The Departed will be released, and the opponent will be Disney's Ransom on the same weekend. Oh, let me see, there is also Independence Day on June 28th, and the opponent will be Universal Pictures' The Nutty Professor. In late July, Machete Kills, directed by Joel Schumacher and starring Samuel L. Jackson, will be Miramax's From Dusk Till Dawn on the same weekend. Naomi Watts, with a big belly and a signature pen in her hand, compared the newspapers of the past 2 days and playfully connected different movies in a notebook. After several months of recuperation, the woman did not put on a few pounds of fat, even though she exercised less. She leaned on the lounge chair on the balcony. Except for the obvious protruding belly, the rest of her body was still so thin. When she finished drawing the last movie, she reached out and pushed Wayne, who was reading the script beside her, and asked curiously, "I heard that the director of From Dusk Till Dawn and the leading actor Quentin are both your admirers. Since you want to bully that fat guy, why don't you wait for the English Patient to announce its release date? Nami, this is not a game." Wayne put down the script of The Lord of the Rings, reached out and stroked the golden retriever lying at his feet, and made sure it was just asleep. Then he looked at the Australian girl helplessly and explained, "Warner Brothers is not my company alone. The film can only be scheduled during the prime time of the summer season. The release date has been delayed until now, and the distribution department has already had a big conflict with the Theatre Alliance. Things are far from as simple as outsiders see. No matter how important Wayne is in Warner Brothers and how many shares he holds, it is not as easy as it seems to let the company play this drama with him. What he lost was not only the X-Men series from 20th Century Fox, but also the promise that Jeff Robinov helped him convey to the board of directors of Warner Brothers, which was much more important than planning the overall situation for X-Men and being a producer. Without the huge benefits promised, even if he owned a large number of shares in Warner Brothers, other board members and executives would not accompany him to go crazy. The most likely winner of this madness is Warner Brothers, and other people don't know this. In people's general perception, being optimistic before the release of a movie is also a gamble. Moreover, what kind of chain reaction will be triggered by doing this? Even Wayne himself is not sure whether there will be an accident that will hurt both sides or fail miserably, so the price to be paid is never less. Honey, aren't you a little too anxious? Naomi Watts observed his face and advised carefully, maybe we can wait for an opportunity, without provoking the hatred of all companies at once. Now the summer season is completely messed up by you. Reaching out a hand and gently stroking the woman's belly, Wayne looked into her eyes and raised his eyebrows. You think I'm crazy too? The Australian girl didn't need to answer. She got the answer from her facial expression, and she suddenly laughed. That's right, even you think I'm a hornet's nest, and I'll go crazy if I touch it lightly. What do you think other people will think? I just want to tell everyone in the circle, don't take advantage of me easily. Chapter 363. No one can knock me down with money. It is just February, and the already crowded summer season has become even more confusing after Wayne messed it up. The hottest season in North America this year has not yet arrived. Various film critics with media columns and forward-looking third-party agencies and companies have begun to debate the trend of the summer season 3 months in advance, in addition to the Oscar ceremony that is just around the corner. Regardless of the various reports and forecasts in the media, the most excited people at this time are ordinary movie fans. They don't know the reason for the release of such a large number of blockbusters, and there is no need to pursue the truth behind it. Faced with this carnival of large-scale productions, countless ordinary movie fans immediately thought of the summer season of 1994 2 years ago. This was the case. Countless blockbusters that made movie fans crazy were released one after another. That year was called the golden year of Hollywood movies by movie fans, and classic films that could not be finished in one breath were born. The subsequent summer season of 1995 was like a dessert after a meal for movie fans. Although there were some memorable hits, it was far worse than the previous year. In the media inventory at the end of 1994, more than 1 or 2 film critics in the authoritative film columns of various media outlets asserted that such a grand event like the Battle of the Gods would not appear again in the next 10 years. In the eyes of ordinary movie fans, it was only a year later, as if the Hollywood film market would see another scene of gods fighting each other. One by one, they began to prepare for this movie-watching feast 3 months in advance. In fact, in Wayne's view, those film critics made a rare prediction that the scene like 1994 would not happen again, not to mention 10 years. Even if it were 20 years later, it would be a year that could not be replicated. The reason why movie fans felt that blockbusters began to gather again this year was because he forced the big productions that should have been released at different times together out of his narrow-mindedness and some bad taste. Coincidentally, such weekends with big productions colliding would appear once every 1 to 2 weeks starting from May, the beginning of the summer vacation. Coupled with the media's hype and publicity, the early promotion of various companies created a scene that was similar to false prosperity. The 6 existing Hollywood giants, each distribution department has been working overtime in recent days, and the executives of the distribution departments were also caught off guard by Warner Bros.' sudden and unreasonable moves. However, there is an exception, that is Sony Columbia. This giant is the only one of the 6 major companies that stayed out of the matter. No matter from which aspect, this is definitely a good thing. The other 5 companies are preparing for a big fight in the summer season 3 months later, and only they are ready to benefit from it. However, things are far from what they see on the surface. Whether it is the local executives of Sony Columbia or the executives who came from the book, they don't feel happy at all. This situation shows that not only does the madman Wayne Greenberg not take them seriously, but the other 5 giants also don't respect them, and they are not afraid of the book people taking advantage of it. In fact, the revenue of Columbia, a giant, has always been at the bottom of the 6, since it was controlled by the book. Whether it is the box office performance of the investment and production projects, or the omni-channel operation capabilities, it is implicitly excluded from the other 5 companies. The so-called pain period of the company after the acquisition has continued until now, and there is still no sign of getting out of it. Looking back at Paramount, which has been reorganized in the past 2 years, after being acquired by Viacom, the 3rd largest media group in North America, the pain period lasted only 1 year, and then it embarked on a high-speed development track under the leadership of the legendary female manager Shirley Lansing. It's okay that they have been secretly excluded before, but now through the events of the past 2 days, the local executives of Sony Columbia have all sensed the shame of being ignored. Several other competitors of the same level have never looked down on them. Just from the summer schedule that has been announced this year, anyone with a discerning eye will find that, no matter which giant company, there are at least 2 or 3 large investment productions scheduled for release, and only Sony Columbia has one relatively competitive work. This Mr. Maggie was favored by the media in advance, and it was only because of Tom Cruise's joining. No one dares to underestimate the competitiveness of the superstar. Haven't you given up yet? In the post-production studio of Warner Brothers, Wayne, Dawn Scott and others spent more than half a month to finally complete the first rough cut of The Departed. As soon as they sat down to rest, Nina came over and reported quietly. Reply directly to Sony Columbia. I can't cooperate with them. If that Paul Turner calls again, just hang up. Perhaps the outside world has been ignoring Sony Columbia, but a senior executive of this company has never given up. Especially during this period, he has been constantly increasing his chips and whimsically wants to invite him to direct a film. What a pity. Not only did Nina say it was a pity, but her face also looked painful. I heard that the CEO who wrote the script was willing to give you a 20 plus 30% commission in order to let you take over Peter Parker. My god, even if the movie is really a box office hit, Columbia is still working for us, and most of the profits will go into our pockets. Ms. Nina Clean. Wayne rolled his eyes at the assistant who looked like she was in pain and stretched out her finger and tapped the woman's glasses. Tell them next time that they don't have to wait for me to change my mind. This little money can't make me faint. What Spielberg's DreamWorks can't do, Sony Columbia can't do either. The little spider is indeed very tempting, and his popularity in North America and even the world is high enough, but unless he has a problem with his brain, he will not give up Warner Brothers, which he has worked hard for several years, for the sake of the immediate benefits. Not to mention a little spider and the irregular salary, in front of the entire set of DC Comics with copyrights intact. Peter Parker's popularity is not enough, and he is not really crazy. These things are not secrets. Dwayne Scott, who heard the conversation between the two, said with emotion, "It is rare to find a company as generous as Benzie now. Yeah, I'm not short of money." Wayne shrugged and lit a cigarette with a calm expression. Don't think that the CEO who comes from Benzie is a fool. This is a real smart person. They hold big IPs such as Spider-Man and 007. Even if the company's performance is at the bottom of the 6 majors, they don't easily start to produce them to save revenue. Unless there is no way out, Sony Columbia will never make a rash production, unless the success rate of the project can be guaranteed. Starting tomorrow, the work here will be discussed and carried out by you and Guillermo. After the first cut was completed, Wayne was completely relieved. The remaining time was very ample, and he was not afraid of uncontrollable accidents. Naomi's due date is coming soon. I have to accompany her. If you have anything, call Nina. He looked at Gilmore and Wayne Scott. Hector Henry has always been a nobody. His main role is to communicate with Warner Brothers, and he has no say in the production of the film. The Mexican and the editor nodded silently. They were all witnesses of this film and knew the editing effect required by the director. Unless there were unexpected situations, they would not deviate from the direction set by the other party during work. Noticing Nina's special look, Wayne realized that there was something he couldn't say in front of others. He raised his wrist to check the time and prepared to finish today's work. Okay, if you have any questions before leaving, get off work. We are about to start fine editing, so just finish it while I'm here. Frame extraction. The Mexican director pointed to the film that had been edited for the first time, stared at him very seriously, and said, "I've studied all your works and found that in your strong personal style, you often use frame extraction to express certain scenes. The scene where the heroine was killed in Happy Death Day, the violent scene of the hero at the end of Dead Man, and Joker and Batman Begins all involve this situation to a greater or lesser extent. Dawn knows my habits, and the use of this technique is not something we can talk about now. We have to wait until the last fine editing of The Departed before considering it." Wayne likes colleagues who work hard, and the Mexicans are amazingly meticulous. If you want to know more in advance, talk to Dawn more. He knows all my habits. Guillermo returned to silence and nodded gently, indicating that he understood. After looking at the three people sitting next to him again, he reached out and patted Hector Henry on the shoulder. Wayne picked up his suit jacket and walked out of the post-production studio with his assistant. The frame extraction in Mexican people's mouth is actually one of the elements of his film style. Many directors have some personal habits, and different production and shooting habits are the reasons for the formation of different styles. The movie screen has 24 frames per second. The fewer the frames, the more stuck the video the audience sees. At this time, with the deliberate slight shaking of the camera, the picture will form a feeling of fast and slow. On this basis, add a unique dark film filter, combined with a layout with a wide sense of space like a stage play. It is a simple Greenberg style. Batman is particularly obvious. The first picture the audience sees gives them feedback of a dim but solemn lens sense. The towering and wide layout everywhere brings a serious epic feeling like an opera. In fact, if you only look at the use of pure frame extraction, another director may be more familiar. Wang Jiabei from the Far East used this technique extensively in his representative work Chungking Express, creating a special oriental romance. What did you want to say just now? After leaving the studio and changing cars, Wayne took out a bottle of lemonade from the small refrigerator while looking at the assistant lady. Okay, let's do it one by one. Nina opened her briefcase, first took out a document that needed to be signed, and put it on the small table in the middle. Only then can the stability and space of the Rolls-Royce be reflected, leaving a very comfortable office environment for the back seat. Have all the shares of Batman Begins been paid? Chapter 364 The divide comes again. As a major shareholder at Warner Bros. And a key player in the company's revenue, Wayne's salary and box office share have never been in turmoil. No one knows the nature of this young man better than Warner Bros. He is a typical sunny young man who appears to be broad-minded, but actually has a low bottom line behind the scenes. He will make any money he wants, and is crazy and petty, with a vindictive nature. Talented people have unusual quirks, and similar sayings have always been popular in the West, and Wayne is definitely one of them. It's okay that he has the moodiness of a traditional Jewish capitalist under his handsome face. From the ex-girlfriend Katie who is being confronted by the legal department of Warner Bros., we can find that the rumors of sadism are not necessarily groundless. For such a person who appears to be easygoing on the surface, but has a complex and changeable heart, holds a large amount of Warner Bros. Shares, and is extremely important to the company's revenue, the board of directors and executives will only delay his share until the last minute, unless they are crazy. If there is anything that makes this willful and dark madman dissatisfied, there are at least 5 big companies waiting in line to see them break up. Some of them are willing to give up their own shares to welcome this black jewel in the crown of Hollywood movies. In this commercialized society, don't think that you can rest easy just because the two parties are tied together. The founders of big companies will also fall out over trivial matters, not to mention the extremely realistic entertainment industry. I'm afraid that only in Hollywood, where people live and die, can so many things that are more bizarre than in the movies happen. Well, you personally keep an eye on Colin Howard and do a good job of tax avoidance for this money. After carefully looking at the digital report, in fact, except for the number of nearly $70 million marked at the end, Wayne couldn't understand the rest at all. Batman Begins has a global box office of about $790 million. Warner Bros. Doesn't want to play around with this money, not to mention the accounting team led by Colin, who has been keeping an eye on this. He took the pen from the assistant, signed his name on the authorization document, and continued, "Put the money in the studio account first. We are not in a hurry to invest it." "No problem." Nina nodded and put away the document, and put another set of organized information in front of him. "This is the price Jimmy finally negotiated. Marvel Comics has bitten off 6% of the profit share of the film and television adaptation. It should be their bottom line. No matter what means the agent used Wayne's name to negotiate the agreement, he was very satisfied with the price in front of him. The copyright of the animation film and television adaptation of Iron Man and Black Widow was bought out exclusively to Greenberg Studio. In addition to paying $17 million in cash, Marvel Comics will own 6% of the full copyright profit of the film and television adaptation. This condition is relatively normal. The share ratio is not much different from Universal Pictures Hulk, Sony Columbia Spider-Man, and Fox's X-Men and Fantastic Four. This is the only hope Marvel Comics has left. At a certain time in the previous life, Marvel Comics watched Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four and other films become popular, but they could only get a small share compared to the huge profits to maintain the company. In this time and space, Wayne took away Marvel's desperate capital and tore it apart with his own hands. But so what? Just let them continue to survive. What annoyed Jimmy the leader the most was the Batman made by his own client. If it weren't for the success of Bruce Wayne, it would not cost nearly $20 million to get the copyright of these two second and third tier heroes. Good news comes one after another. Don't worry, your bonus will increase again. If this goes on, you can consider hiring a few male models. Wayne handed the document back happily, took out a cigarette in a good mood, and teased the assistant lady. As if she didn't hear the extremely tempting suggestion, Nina carefully checked the signatures on the document and put them in her briefcase. In fact, this is not a joke. As a real rich woman, the assistant can get a lot of bonuses from every income of Wayne. It is definitely not a delusion to hire a few male models. Now when people in the circle mention the service personnel who make money around the big names, the first impression is Tom Cruise's agent, Pat Kingsley, the head of the public relations team. This woman has joined the 10% club early. However, the income of the assistant in the past 2 years will never be much worse than that of the other party. After all, the ability of her boss to attract money is much higher than that of the superstar. This is just one aspect. Nina's IQ under her ordinary face may be higher than more than 90% of the practitioners in this circle. She has also been investing in the shares of the two internet companies that Colin Howard bought for Wayne. This is the bulk of the income. The Rolls-Royce Silverthorne turned into the manor. Unlike usual, there are more and more paparazzi waiting at the gate of the manor. These practitioners at the bottom of the circle can all be called human savvy. They collect all information that can be sold for money, and the upcoming birth of little Greenberg is the reason why this group of people gathered here. Should we try to get rid of them? After the car stopped, Sergey stretched out his long arm and pointed in the direction of the gate. My brothers told me this morning that the number of paparazzi is increasing. They are raised by these bastards. If they affect Nami, I swear, I will break the necks of these little bastards one by one. Forget it. Wayne got out of the car and adjusted his suit. He patted the Russian bear's arm and shook his head with a smile. Let them be. We will stay in the hospital with Nami tomorrow. He originally planned to set up a small medical room in the manor, but was strongly opposed by the Australian girl. Fortunately, there was no problem, so he could rest assured in 2 days. The housekeeper Hella was waiting at the door of the main building. She walked a few steps to his side. The two walked in and reported quietly, "Mr. Peter Jackson has been waiting for an hour. Ms. Watts is with him in the living room." "Yes, I see." Entering the living room, the New Zealander in front of him looked much neater today. His messy beard was specially trimmed. His clothes were still casual, but there were no obvious wrinkles. His face had returned to normal color. "Sit down." Seeing them come in, Peter Jackson clasped his hands together with a nervous expression, as if he was waiting for trial. Without waiting for him to say hello, Wayne waved his hand, indicating that it was no need to be polite and to get down to business. The New Zealander asked impatiently without waiting for him to sit down, "Mr. Greenberg, the script I adapted?" "No." Seeing the other party's lonely eyes for a moment, Wayne's tone did not change at all, and continued, "I have read that thing from beginning to end. Compared with a trilogy series, it is too long and too messy. Such a script is completely unqualified. All plots that are not related to the main line must be cut, and some main lines must be deleted as appropriate. Now the script you adapted has enough space for 5 movies, not to mention a trilogy. There is still a lot of time. Take it back and revise it again." "I understand." Peter Jackson didn't say much nonsense. After understanding the requirements, he turned around and prepared to go back to work. He is a diehard fan of this series. His first thought must be that he wanted to cram all the plots into the script. Since the current version doesn't work, he is not particularly disappointed. As long as the other party does not intend to replace him, it is not a big problem to continue to revise the script. Another workaholic. Looking at the back of Peter Jackson leaving, Naomi Watts sighed. Only those who focus on the film deserve success. Wayne shrugged, agreeing with the Australian girl's point of view. It was destined to be difficult to make a trilogy of The Lord of the Rings. The script was just the beginning, and there would be more troubles waiting for the bearded New Zealander. Peter Jackson was very lucky to meet him. He only needed to care about the work, and didn't have to worry about other things. You know, in the previous life, The Lord of the Rings almost went bankrupt during the preparation period. The Weinstein brothers, who initially agreed to invest in 2 films, suddenly changed their minds and told the New Zealanders that they only had enough money to make 1 film. Peter Jackson, who had done a lot of work, was so angry that he cursed the street. In the end, the New Zealanders played a delaying tactic while using his money to shoot a 25-minute sample film and begged for investment everywhere. It was not until Shay, the president of New Line Cinema, saw the sample film he shot that he concluded that the film would definitely be a big hit, and then raised a question. The original novel was a trilogy. Why did they make 2? Wouldn't it be better to make a trilogy directly? He didn't dare to tell the truth because the Weinstein brothers were annoyed by him and refused to give him money. He was afraid that if he directly said the required number, he would scare away the only potential investor who was interested. The development of the matter was unexpected. New Line Cinema did not hesitate at all and expressed its willingness to pay for the investment of more than $200 million for The Lord of the Rings. The filming of the film officially started after stumbling. The only one who suffered a loss was probably the Weinstein brothers. The copyright of The Lord of the Rings was first integrated, and most of the profits of the film were taken away by New Line Cinema. According to the rules of the industry, the company that invests in, produces and distributes the film enjoys all the copyrights of the work. In fact, before the film was stumbling, no one thought it would be so successful. Otherwise Harvey, the fat man, would not easily let New Line enter the game, especially the production funds that needed to be invested in the early stage, which was $280 million in real money. This price, no matter what era it is an astronomical figure for anyone, not to mention the late 1990s, when the purchasing power of the US dollar was still very strong. Wayne, hey, honey? Naomi Watts waved her hand in front of Wayne's eyes, knowing that he was distracted again. What? He shook his head vigorously and looked at the expectant mother beside him. Promise me, don't go into the delivery room. I don't need you to accompany me. This question was very important. The Australian girl didn't want to leave any shadow on him. It was not uncommon for the father of the child to accompany the expectant mother into the operating room. Okay, you have the final say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. Why does he look like a little old man? Perhaps celebrities are strange animals. They are afraid of being ignored and losing exposure, and they are also afraid of being disturbed by flashes in their private lives. Today, Naomi Watts seems to be trapped in such a vicious circle. Even though she knows that she cannot be photographed in the car, she still wears a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. As soon as a Rolls-Royce Silver Thor drove out of the manor early in the morning, the car was like a magnet with amazing magnetic force. In an instant, more than 20 cars and at least a dozen motorcycles followed behind it. Groups of paparazzi reporters, like sharks smelling blood, hung firmly behind them, while constantly making calls to inform more colleagues of the news. The current situation is very clear. The child of the youngest wealthy director in Hollywood and the famous Hollywood actress may be born at any time. Maybe some lucky person will take some photos. The child is unlikely. The Australian actress who has not appeared in the media for several months can still be sold for a high price if she is photographed. The Beverly Hills Clinic, a fertility center in Southern California, North America, can be said to be the first choice for celebrities to have children. The Rolls-Royce Silver Thor slowly slowed down and drove in, leaving a large group of followers outside the door. Things went much more smoothly than Wayne had imagined. There was no bloody plot that often appears in TV dramas. At noon, Naomi Watts was pushed into the delivery room. More than 3 hours later, the nurse brought out a baby girl and the exhausted Australian actress. Naomi, maybe you should respect the fact of having a baby. Unlike what he had imagined, Naomi Watts seemed to have regained her energy as soon as it got dark and unexpectedly asked to get out of bed. How should I respect it? The baby is healthy, isn't it? The Australian girl looked at the baby cradle next to the pillow, her eyes full of maternal brilliance. Wayne smiled and shook his head. Okay, it seems that I have been thinking too much. This process was very different from what he had imagined. There was no heartbreaking shouting in the corridor, no busy doctors and nurses, no long and anxious waiting, and even the mother of the child was not as weak as he had imagined. After the baby was examined and confirmed to be healthy, it was directly handed over to the parents and was not sent to a complex intensive care unit. Looking at the woman's current state, Wayne estimated that he was ready to let her sit in confinement, so there was no need to mention it. But all this seemed normal to the people around him, which made him wonder if all white women were so healthy. He still felt dizzy when he returned to the manor fully armed the next day. He looked at the child in the crib from time to time to remind himself that he was really a father. In the spacious master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa, a corner was specially separated. The golden retriever Fendi lay beside the crib, looking at the little guy curiously. The chilled Kanani hired by Hella would check carefully every 10 minutes, looking at the golden retriever with distrust. Don't worry, Elena. Fendi won't try to hurt her. Naomi Watts and Wayne leaned against each other. After only one day, they seemed to have recovered most of their energy. At this time, they were studying a magazine about parenting knowledge. Okay, Ms. Watts. Elena agreed with her mouth, but her body was very honest, and she had no intention of leaving the crib. Whether it is the child's father or mother, both of them are novices, but money can always solve most problems. The Mexican nanny hired by the housekeeper in advance is an expert in this field. There is no rush, and they don't even need to worry about the child's feeding. I suggest you go back to work tomorrow. Naomi Watts curled up her long legs and leaned on Wayne's shoulders. The loose home clothes she put on just covered her belly. Fendi doesn't need her father's care at all. Let Hella help me hire a teacher in a few days. I want to get back to normal shape as soon as possible. No, Nami, she can't be called Fendi. He felt awkward when he mentioned this. Just like now, the golden retriever heard the two of them talking about this word and looked at him with a puzzled face. In fact, we can think of other names. There is still a lot of time. What do you think? As for the other party's desire to get back to shape, he had no objection at all. He had seen the recovery ability of white women, and there was indeed no such thing as sitting in confinement here. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was the baby's name, but Naomi Watts seemed to like this very much. Why? Don't you think this name is meaningful? The Australian girl looked up with a puzzled look, pointing to the crib and said, look, it was Fendi who accompanied me every day until the baby appeared in front of it, and now it is guarding our child. Okay. Wayne raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. As long as you like it. Hey, little Fendi, listen, your father agreed, and you will be called Fendi from now on. Fendi Greenberg. Naomi Watts walked to the crib with a triumphant look, bent down, and whispered to the sleeping child. Look, honey. The Australian girl carefully stretched out her finger and gently placed it in the child's little hand. Fendi is so beautiful. She is really a little beauty, isn't she? Really? Wayne couldn't help but frowned, tilted his head, and observed his sleeping daughter again. Why do I feel like she looks like a wrinkled old man? This child won't inherit any of our good qualities, right? Damn. Naomi Watts turned her head away angrily, like an enraged lioness, and left the crib quietly. That's your daughter. How can you describe her like this? Shit, you're not right, are you? The two new parents cast worried glances at the child, and the more the Australian girl looked at the child, the more she felt that there was nothing wrong with what the child's father said. Mr. Greenberg, Ms. Watts. The nanny on the side couldn't listen anymore, and she explained with a smile. Everyone is like this when they are just born, and none of us are exceptions. Be more patient, and in just a few days, the skin will become delicate and the appearance will become very cute. Are you sure? Naomi Watts seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Of course, I can swear to God that this will be a very beautiful little princess. Elena shrugged and instantly felt that her profession was great. Otherwise this pair of unreliable celebrity parents would not dislike their children. Besides, does this sleeping little girl really need to be beautiful? With such a billionaire father, she was born at the point of success in her life. Her appearance is the least thing to worry about. If she needs it, there are many people who will line up to praise her. The Australian girl seemed to let out a long sigh, rolled her eyes at the man next to her, and continued to lean on him to grab the parenting magazine. The woman enjoyed the current atmosphere very much. At least at this moment, the child's father belongs to her alone. Wayne also felt that he was a little childish and couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. Elena, I will tell Hella that your salary will be doubled. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. The nanny was almost knocked unconscious by the sudden surprise and immediately thanked her in a hurry. I'll take good care of the baby. Taking another look at his wrinkled daughter who looked like a little old man, Wayne was sure that everything in the past 2 days was completely different from what he had imagined, including the way the baby looked when she was just born. She didn't look like a little cotton padded jacket at all. Hollywood princess is coming. At 10 o'clock in the morning on March 16th. The famous Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg drove his newborn baby and actress Naomi Watts from the Beverly Clinic, a parenting center in Los Angeles, back to his home on the top of Beverly Hills. According to relevant information obtained by reporters, actress Naomi Watts gave birth to a baby girl yesterday. Los Angeles Times. Naomi Watts, a famous Hollywood actress, gave birth to her child with director Wayne Greenberg yesterday. Today, the two have returned home. This golden couple of parents may only lack a grand wedding. It is reported that actress Naomi Watts and Wayne Greenberg met in 1990. At that time, the big Hollywood director had not yet made his fortune and was running around for his first official feature film in his life, Los Angeles Daily Entertainment. According to our reporter, Wayne Greenberg's first child was born yesterday at the Beverly Clinic, a parenting center in California. This child, who won at the starting line at birth, is destined to grow up under the spotlight of the media. She not only has a great director father, but her mother is also a big Hollywood star. The New Yorker Wayne Greenberg, director of Batman Begins. The Washington Post. The next morning, all media outlets seemed to have a tacit understanding and reported the news of Naomi Watts giving birth to a child. The Los Angeles Times even called the newborn baby girl a new generation of Hollywood princess. This news instantly ignited the public's enthusiasm. Many movie fans deliberately found the Time magazine some time ago. On the cover, Wayne was wearing a black suit, looking down at the camera lens. In addition to a pile of film reels beside him, he was holding a little boy wearing a bad mask in his hand. The title of this issue of Time is called The Warm and Just Black Filmmaker. Most people don't care about what Time reports. They just want to get the few photos of Wayne that are circulated, put them next to Naomi Watts' movie posters or magazines, and see what this talented man looks like. The long-term low-key behavior in the past 2 years has made Wayne's reputation spread far more than his image. Countless fans have seen the movies he shot, but they have always been vague about his appearance. The last time a magazine with his photos was widely distributed was Vanity Fair 4 years ago. What makes many stars who work hard on public relations during the awards season bleak is that with the upcoming Oscar ceremony, the North American entertainment scene is once again dominated by Wayne, or rather, by a newborn baby, and people are speculating about more information about this baby girl. Chapter 366, a science fiction film that will go down in film history. Congratulations, Mr. Greenberg. Thank you. Congratulations, Director Greenberg. A large conference room on the 7th floor of the Warner Brothers building was temporarily converted into a screening room. From the moment Wayne entered the room, people kept congratulating him. In addition to Warner Brothers staff, there were also film experts from the Imperial Cinema, AMC, and the American Artist Cinema chain. More than half a month had passed since Fendi was born. In addition to occasionally going to the studio's post-production studio to check on the progress of the work, he accompanied Naomi Watts at home for the first time to watch the 68th Academy Awards this year. At 6 p.m. on March 25, 1996, The Academy Awards were held at the Dorothy Chandler Hall in Los Angeles. As an audience, watching this grandest show in Hollywood on TV gave Wayne a very different feeling. In his eyes, this year's Oscars was full of pork dividing. Perhaps the only surprise left was that Whoopi Goldberg was invited back by the Academy to host the evening ceremony for the second time. Paramount finally got what it wanted. Bravo had led the way with 10 nominations and won 5 Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Music Editing, Best Cinematography and Best Makeup. Mel Gibson was also in high spirits and stood on the podium twice. If we only look at this, they are definitely the biggest winners of this Oscar ceremony, and there is no mention of pork dividing. But the shocking thing is still to come. The old men of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences did not give this film any acting awards, which made Bravo hit embarrassed and became the 9th film in history that did not have any acting nominations, but won the Best Picture. From the perspective of normal people, this does not make sense at all. Since the actors' performances are not the best this year, why is the film the best film? I'm afraid that even the 45 million North American viewers sitting in front of the TV can see this contradiction. The only reason is to divide the pork, the old trick of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the art of balance. Other winning films include Apollo 13, Pocahontas, The Untold Story and The Usual Suspects, which received 2 awards, and Anne Frank Remembers, Antonia's Family, Piggy Baby, Wallace and Gromit, Razor's Edge, Dead Man Walking, The Postman, Leaving Las Vegas, Lieberman for Love, Non-Powerful Aphrodisiacs, Memories of a Survivor and Sense and Sensibility, which received 1 award. The whole evening show gave people the feeling that the rain and dew were equally distributed. Not only Wayne felt that, but also the Australian actress Mira Sorvino, who was full of envy when she won the Best Actress award for Dead Man Walking, felt that the Oscars were gradually fading. Objectively speaking, in the past few years until the beginning of the 2000s, the Oscars still had surprises from time to time, but it inevitably became more conservative. Even if the ratings of this grand event have been declining since then, it has not made the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences make much change. From another perspective, the fact that the Oscars are becoming more and more conservative is in line with the law of time. Most of the current voting members joined during the so-called golden age of Hollywood movies, and the Academy members are lifelong. In the hearts of these older men, the best and most favorite movie types are naturally the 1960s and 1970s, which are in their deepest memories. Harvey Weinstein saw through this and made black and white films, musicals and other works in a straightforward manner to please those old men. In addition, he used public relations methods with a low bottom line to get the desired results every time. As time passed, the new members who joined the Academy did not threaten the votes of those old men. Their tastes have hardly changed, and they still stay in the golden age in their memories. Don't think that you can survive these people until they die. When this group of people gradually withdraw from the stage of power, the so-called new generation like Wayne will naturally enter middle age and old age. When faced with new things that may appear, they will only become more conservative. In fact, nothing has changed. This is an unsolvable cycle. Wayne did not receive any nominations for this year's Oscars, and even for the Best Adapted Screenplay, which was always the same in previous years, he did not conduct any public relations activities. His goal this year was to not compete and conserve his energy, as next year would be his main battlefield. Facing the invitation of the Academy, he also refused on the grounds that he had to accompany his newborn daughter. This was an excuse that no one could argue with. In this land, no matter what kind of jerk he was behind the scenes, even if he was drinking, taking drugs, having a chaotic private life, smoking leaf tobacco or even taking powdered contraband, as long as he mentioned family in public, all of this was irrelevant. Family is the unchanging value of this country on the surface, and it is also the only reason to refuse everything openly. Although he never planned to start a family with the Australian actress, the Theatre Alliance does not trust Zack Snyder. They were not invited to this internal preview, but after they learned the news, they strongly requested to watch the film in advance. Bruce Rosenblum walked to the first row, sat next to Wayne, tilted his head, and whispered to explain the reason for the appearance of the outsider behind him. There were some things he didn't say clearly, but I believe the young people around him can think of it. The reason why the Theatre Alliance did this was also to express dissatisfaction. Some time ago, Warner Brothers played a big production collision plan, which was quite unpleasant with these companies. Turning his head and looking back, Wayne found that the people sent by the three major theaters this time were almost all familiar faces, which meant that they were all senior film experts. Are they going to catch Zack off guard? The media preview of The Matrix should be scheduled at the end of the month. Now this film is not yet completed. Not only the opening and ending animations have not been added, but even the soundtrack is temporarily added. There is a very high possibility that it will need to be modified. This was originally just a simple internal preview for Warner Brothers to check the film effect. Now because of the arrival of these people, everything has changed. After Zack Snyder finished the film, Wayne had watched it in the film room. Except for a few problems with the soundtrack that were still uncertain, the film's completion was considered very high. If these people really had other purposes, he bet that this film would blind the eyes of the film selection experts. It seems that everything in The Matrix was made by Zack Snyder, but in fact, the framework was not out of his control. Whether it was shooting requirements, or editing special effects and other production methods, everything seemed like a propositional essay with a framework. Because it was the first time for Zack Snyder to direct, in order to ensure the probability of success, all the work he did not dare to deviate from this so-called circle. On the surface, the director was a novice, but in fact, the more detailed work and requirements were explained clearly before the crew went to Australia. Wayne, congratulations. While he was talking in a low voice with Bruce Rosenblum, the film director Zack Snyder, wearing a loose suit, sat next to the two. You know, I was held up by the tight work schedule, and the news was still seen in the newspaper a few days later. It's okay, Zack. Wayne smiled encouragingly. This was a real person from his team, and the expectations for him were far more than what they were now. After this busy period, I will hold a party in the manor to celebrate Fender's arrival. We can get together at that time. No problem. I will choose a special gift for our little princess. Zack Snyder nodded, knowing that as long as he was invited to such a party, he was still considered one of their own in the eyes of the other party. One thing that cannot be denied is that the other party was his biggest support in the circle. Come on, without Wayne Greenberg, unless Warner Brothers had a brain injury, would a big budget science fiction film like The Matrix choose him as a novice? At 10 o'clock in the morning, the staff closed all the curtains in the conference room and turned off the lights in the room. An old-fashioned projector clicked and projected a colorful light on the screen at the front of the conference room. Wayne ended the greetings with Zack Snyder. Although he had seen it once, he still focused on the film that was about to start. He was not worried about the several film selection experts behind him, because he had enough confidence in the film. As the film started, he muttered softly, "Let me show you what a science fiction film that can go down in film history is." He knew from the beginning that human energy is limited, and even a director who is crazy about his work cannot make all the good films. Since he has no way and no time to make this film that is still talked about more than 20 years later, he might as well help the assistant director who has been following him for 3 years. What's rare is that this assistant director's production style has been adjusted by him, which can be said to be inherited from the same source. Everyone has selfish desires. Wayne's selfish desire is that, even if this film is not made by him, it will be deeply marked by Greenberg's production. No matter how many years pass, people will never bypass his name when talking about this great science fiction series. Because there is no title, the film goes straight into the theme. The first thing that comes into view is the green code that keeps floating by. In the puzzled eyes of the few viewers, the dialogue between the characters suddenly appears. Is everything ready? Isn't it your turn to be on duty today? I know, I'm just preparing to take over. You like him, right? You always like looking at him. Don't be silly, we will kill him. Do you know that? Morpheus believes that he is the savior. Do you believe it? Chapter 367. This is an A-level commercial film. When this mysterious green code appeared, Zack Snyder looked at Wayne with a strange expression. Computers are not new. When the green code appeared, everyone in the conference room almost immediately thought of computers. However, no one could guess the correct answer to what these codes are made of. Only the real participants knew that these dazzling green things that kept floating by were actually Wayne's favorite Chinese recipes, but they just looked high-end. A group of police appeared in the picture, shuttling through the dark and dilapidated building. They were obviously looking for someone. When the crowd stopped outside the door of a room, one of them kicked the door open, and a woman in a black tight leather jacket appeared in the room. When the police took out handcuffs and walked towards the woman with her hands on her head, the camera gave everyone a stunning shot. Charlize Theron's model-like tall and hot figure, the long legs under the black tight leather jacket were particularly prominent, and the round and plump buttocks were above the thin waist that could be held in one hand. All the advantages of the South African diamond's figure were magnified by the projector on the big screen. In the next fight scene, Zack Snyder was like shooting a commercial blockbuster, showing the sexy figure of the heroine under the tight leather jacket in 360 degrees without any dead angle. Wow. Bruce Rosenblum, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but exclaimed. The woman on the big screen simply played the role of a commercial vase to the extreme. This kind of face and figure plus the tailor-made tight leather jacket are too lethal to male audiences. Just at this moment, he heard more than one person swallowing saliva behind him. I have an impression of this actress. Finding that his movement attracted Wayne's attention, he shrugged to hide his embarrassment and said, I remember that she participated in other projects of the company with your favor and played a small role. I really didn't expect that she would be so amazing in this movie. Maybe it should be called Sexy and Cool. She will become a big star. Wayne nodded. He could understand the other party's feelings after watching the film. Even when he first saw this look, he couldn't help but interact with the South African diamond in the crew trailer for a whole afternoon. Being a vase heroine in a commercial film is never an easy job, not to mention the hardship of the action training before the formal shooting. Charlize Theron was uncomfortable almost every second in the scenes where she wore tight leather clothes and high heels in the movie. Putting on the seemingly sexy and hot leather clothes is not something that one person can do. Before each shooting, an assistant is needed to help. It is equivalent to wrapping a person in an airtight tight leather bag. It is no different. It is strange to feel comfortable. In addition to the high heels on the feet, every action scene shooting is a torture for the South African beauty. This is the price that the actress must pay if she wants to become famous. The movie is still being shown. The film has a unique background, a strong cyberpunk style everywhere, a superficial philosophical speculation, and mysterious dialogues. It is a science fiction film with obvious commercial attributes. Everyone present could see this. They didn't need to consider the discussion of human nature in the film, nor did they care about how high the artistic content was. From the beginning to the end, the film gave people a very clear feeling, which was simple, direct, cool and refreshing. Clear and direct selling points are always a plus in the eyes of these people. Although the film seems to be full of superstition from beginning to end, and it is both philosophical and doomsday, nothing is discussed in depth, and it is all for commercial selling points. It can be said to be an A or A-level science fiction commercial masterpiece. It can be seen that the film is about to end. Two film watching experts sitting in the back row of the AMC chain theater, one of whom is a middle-aged man, closed a notebook in his hand and whispered to his young colleague beside him. As a first-time director, Zack Snyder has done a pretty good job. You can see that his shooting style is in the same vein as Wayne Greenberg, and he has really learned something from working as an assistant director for several years. If there is a flaw, it is that his narrative technique is a bit immature, and you can see that he is trying hard to imitate Wayne Greenberg. Well, for a commercial film, it has reached an excellent standard, and it is more than enough, as long as it does not touch art films that are mainly story-based. The young man sitting next to him nodded in agreement with this evaluation. Maybe because of his age, he still has the passion for watching movies, and does not watch movies completely from a work perspective. His feelings are much deeper than his colleagues. In some places, this novice director used the gorgeous techniques of shooting commercials. Sanders, did you notice those high-speed and slow-motion special effects? They are fresh, exciting, gorgeous and unexpected. That's right. Sanders had finished watching the movie. He stood up and prepared to applaud politely and send blessings to the director's work. He said, I heard that Zack Snyder was an advertising director before. If he can learn the linear narrative that Wayne Greenberg is best at, Warner Brothers will have another great commercial film director. His words were not only heard by his colleagues around him, but also by a film expert behind him. Sanders, are you so optimistic about him? Let's wait and see. A talented novice director who patiently follows Wayne Greenberg for 3 years and doesn't commit suicide. The future is foreseeable. The people behind him nodded involuntarily. This is really the case. As soon as he entered Hollywood, he followed a successful person directly and patiently learned for 3 years. He almost crossed all the pits that novices need to step on. Most importantly, he learned enough successful experience. Pa. The applause sounded after the movie ended. Although there were not many people in the conference room, far less than the real theater scene, Zack Snyder was still excited and blushed. This was the first time that he, as a film director, tasted the applause of the audience. Hello, Wayne. After the sparse applause ended, Sanders took the young people around him and was the first to walk to the first row of the conference room. AMC will give the maximum number of screens stipulated in the contract to ensure that the opening scale of The Matrix in the first weekend will never be lower than Universal Pictures' The Hulk. Thank you. Wayne shook hands with the two people with a little reserve. He knew that this was not a film he directed after all. Today's play would happen sooner or later. The reason why the theater company trusted him was because one successful work after another earned them enough profits. It would take a long time for Zack Snyder to gain this trust. One more question. Sanders saw that there were still people behind him preparing to come over, so he didn't rush to give up his seat. I heard that the post-production of The Departed is almost finished, right? I wonder when we can see this film. After thinking about it for a while, Wayne smiled and said, probably in early May. Sanders, I will ask Warner Brothers to send you an invitation when the preview is held. Okay, good news, that makes people look forward to it. I really want to see your masterpiece prepared for the Oscars soon. The preview left a shocking enough impression on the film experts on the scene. No matter which company they came from, before saying goodbye to Wayne politely, they all made their own promises one by one, saying that they would do their best to make room for The Matrix. The quality of the film is very good, which can be said to make everyone's eyes light up. They are not film critics. They only look at the market potential. Art and other things have nothing to do with them. The fact that these people can leave a promise on the spot has already indirectly demonstrated Zack Snyder's workability. Perhaps the only thing that made Zack Snyder feel uncomfortable was that the film experts of the Theater Alliance only had Wayne in their eyes and did not even look at themselves who had been standing behind them. Until those people left and the conference room returned to calm, he was still carefully experiencing the feeling of being ignored. One day, I will make those people treat me the same way they treat Wayne. A soft murmur sounded. Bruce Rosenblum and Wayne looked at each other and smiled at the same time. It is a good thing to have ambition and motivation. If this can become Zack Snyder's goal, what he earned today is more than the promises of those people. However, Bruce Rosenblum did not think highly of Zack Snyder's ambition at all. Perhaps it is not difficult to become a commercial film director. With what he has learned from following Wayne, it is relatively easy to succeed. But the possibility of becoming the second Wayne Greenberg is basically zero. Countless media, film critics, and countless people in the circle have discussed this possibility countless times, and in the end, the answer is surprisingly consistent every time. No one can copy Wayne's path. His uniqueness is unique. A Joker can make him famous in film history. There are only a few such films in the entire history of film. Many media have made assumptions. Even if Wayne announces that he will stop filming and will never make any more films, many years later, when people look back at the films he made in Hollywood, they will put him together with Hitchcock, Francis Ford Coppola and others. At least in the field of film noir, he is a recognized master without the recognition of the little golden man. But this is only part of Wayne's achievements. It is recognized in the circle that he is also a sharp-eyed producer, project initiator, and screenwriter. The most important thing is that his wealth has accumulated too quickly. The identity of a billionaire represents power, freedom, and everything. The reason why those people in the theater company are so polite to him is not just because of his identity as a director. He is no longer just a director or producer. Wayne himself is part of the Capitol. Chapter 368. I hope you won't regret this. The main purpose of this internal preview is to check the quality of the film. Now that Zack Snyder has done a good job, there is no need to modify the film. The Matrix only needs to polish the soundtrack, add the subtitle animation before and after the film, and so on, and basically all the work is done. The rest is relatively simple. Zack Snyder submitted the final version of the film to Warner Bros. On the third day after the preview, and all the production work of the film was completed. After Warner Bros. Got the film, it was sent to MPAA as soon as possible to rate the film, and publicity and promotion also began in full swing. There is still a month before the official release of the film. The closer to the release date, the higher the intensity of publicity will be. In this regard, Warner Bros. Distribution department has a series of plans. Before the release of the film The Matrix, there will be 2 or 3 media previews at the end of this month. Normally, Warner Bros. Will also invite a group of film critics to build momentum for the film in their respective newspaper columns in advance before the release. The influence of film critics in the summer season in the past 2 years has gradually been seen through by big companies. The more a film targets young people, the less likely it is to be affected by this group. This is an indisputable fact. But every well-known film critic has a group of loyal fans of his own, which is the basic plate for them to suck blood from film companies. The production companies are willing to give this part of the public relations funds for the sake of these people's reputation. If necessary, Bruce Rosenblum hopes to add a fan preview. He has seen the quality of the film. Building momentum among ordinary fans in advance will never affect the reputation of the film after it is released. Those films that are hidden before the release will have more or less some defects that people are afraid of knowing. If the reputation of ordinary fans is damaged in advance, it means that a large amount of real money will be lost in advance. Only when they have no choice, the production company will choose this strategy. It sounds nice to say that it is called keeping the mystery of the film, but in fact, everything is an excuse. They just hold on to a glimmer of hope and want to harvest more leaks. Since the end of the preview, Wayne returned to the post-production studio and started the final fine-cutting work with the help of Dwayne Scott and others. The filming process of this film was relatively smooth. Brad Pitt and Christian Bale both had excellent understanding of the roles, so there was naturally no difficulty in their performances. Not to mention the post-production work of the film, compared with the films he shot in the past few years. This may be the easiest one. The advantage of realistic films is that there is a lack of complex and cumbersome special effects. The rest of the work is nothing more than editing. Time slowly came to the end of April. As soon as the fine-cutting work of The Departed was completed, Wayne summoned several leading actors to the post-production studio to add some post-production dubbing. After not meeting for 2 months, the 3 male leading actors did not have any special expressions. Jennifer Connelly saw that his eyes were full of strong teasing. In the eyes of women in the past 2 months, Hollywood seemed to be constantly changing, and the man in front of him was the end point, or starting point of many whirlpools. Congratulations, dear. Since the psychologist's dubbing was done first, the work was finished relatively quickly. While the male protagonists walked into the mixing room, Jennifer Connelly didn't bother to pack up and came to Wayne as soon as possible. Although I haven't received a call from you for 2 months, I still congratulate you on getting a lovely angel. That's really a lucky little princess. Thank you, Jennifer. You are so beautiful today. As if he didn't hear the woman's previous words, Wayne praised the other party with a normal face. Not to mention that he didn't call her in order to stabilize the Australian girl's emotions. Other women only chatted with a few words. In the past 2 months, he has turned into a purebred good man. Really? I'm glad you like it. Jennifer Connelly saw him staring at her and secretly waved her fist in her heart. After climbing into this man's bed for a month, she knew his aesthetic point very well, so the preparations she made before coming seemed to be effective. A pair of sky blue tight jeans, paired with a simple white t-shirt, refreshing and ordinary wear, just to highlight her curvy and slender figure. The key is the top and pants. You must choose tight-fitting styles, so that people can notice the straight and curvy figure at first sight. The girl's face is full of youthful breath, and she has a light makeup, which makes this beautiful face look very tender. The tyranny locked in the heart of the man opposite is clear to all the women around him. She knows that the more delicate she dresses, the more she can arouse the deepest desire and animality in the man's heart. Okay, stop turning. Wayne looked at the woman in front of him who was showing off her hotness in circles and shook his head with amusement. I'll treat you to dinner after work, so you'd better be quiet now. Jennifer Connelly looked at the recording studio, realized that her goal had been achieved, and sat down happily next to Nina in the corner. No problem. The Departed is still more than 2 months away from release, and the film is about to enter the final stage. There is not much work left. Wayne announced early that he would leave work and continue tomorrow. After saying goodbye to the 3 male protagonists and Gilmore and others, he took Jennifer Connelly and Nina and took the tram to the outside of the studio. What are we going to eat? After leaving the studio and changing to a Rolls-Royce, Jennifer Connelly stared with curiosity, observing the spacious space in the car, and asked while studying the car refrigerator. Shaking his head, Wayne looked indifferent. He was thinking about the preview of The Matrix held by Warner Brothers today. You decide what you want to eat. I don't care. Hey, it turns out that the media reports are all true. The woman carefully observed the car, sat back in the wide seat, hugged one of his arms, and said with her head raised, I didn't expect you to really sit in this kind of car all the time. Isn't it too boring like an old man? Maybe you should try the excitement of a sports car. Wayne shrugged, and one hand quietly slipped into the girl's clothes. Perhaps he felt that the touch was good, and he moved inside from time to time. I don't need the excitement brought by speed. On the contrary, this spacious and comfortable riding environment can provide office convenience on the road. Nina, who was sitting opposite, rolled her eyes secretly. She saw everything the two people did. The assistant knew her boss's thick skin very well. After a few years, she had long been accustomed to this kind of shit. At least they didn't roll the sheets in front of her, right? Okay, since you haven't decided what to eat, I'll order it. Wayne reached out and knocked on the partition board and said to Sergey, who was driving, put us at the Four Seasons Hotel, and then you take Nina back to the manor. Yes sir. The dinner was extremely intense. Everyone was an adult, and it was not the first time they were together. From the moment they entered the room, the two of them took out all their enthusiasm and tried to vent the hormones brought by youth. Jennifer Connelly's carefully prepared outfit was torn to pieces from the beginning, but it was that lovely face that fully stimulated the beast in Wayne's heart and awakened all his suppressed interests in the past 2 months. The dinner started in the bathroom, passed through the living room, balcony, dining table, bedroom, and finally ended in front of the large French window. The woman kept lying on the window without moving. After a while, she slowly slid onto the carpet. Honey, I feel like I'm about to be torn apart by you. Jennifer Connelly recovered and turned to look at the man holding a glass of red wine. She was very sure that her deliberate flattery was useful. Just from the man's admiring eyes at this moment, she knew that she had brought him enough pleasure. Jennifer, you are so beautiful tonight. The lights are all dim because of you. Hearing his praise, the woman stood up generously and walked over, took a glass of red wine, and took a sip. Jennifer Connelly's brown-black hair was casually scattered on her shoulders. After the intense exercise, her bright eyes were full of psychedelic-like cat eyes. Her graceful figure swayed, and her white skin was glowing. The delicate facial features at the best age and the generous and elegant smile made the woman born with excellent capital. Wayne was very sure of everything he saw. It was definitely not an exaggeration to call this woman a beauty in the future. Her appearance when she was young was one of the most capable among the Hollywood beauties. Especially when this beauty was willing to show up for art. It satisfied the special sense of achievement and desire to conquer in a man's heart, which was the most important thing. Are you hungry, dear? Jennifer Connelly raised her glass and drank the red wine in it in one gulp. Her eyes once again flashed with provocation, like a little wildcat who never gave up, not caring about the marks left by the slap on her body. Putting the glass aside, Wayne pointed to the French window. Can I take this as some kind of signal? I hope you don't regret it. In the hotel suite here, the second round of dinner began. In Universal Studios in Los Angeles, someone kept mentioning his name. The reason was the preview of The Matrix. It had been dark for a while. Except for the lights from the CEO's office, Universal Studios was silent. This film doesn't look like a novice's work at all. Justin, the head of the distribution department, glanced at the people in the office and repeated the news he had received. The whole film is full of strong commercial element. Don't believe the comments of those film critics. The news I got is that the theme of this film is not philosophical speculation, doomsday, human nature, and the Matrix. It is a commercial special effects science fiction blockbuster full of cyberpunk style. I will end the old things, and the next year will still welcome the flowers. The final page of the sword manual, without love is God. The end of the year is approaching. I wish all book friends to get what they want and be safe and happy. Chapter 369 Common Enemy. At 100 Plaza Street in Universal City, California, in the only lighted office of Universal Pictures, CEO Ron Meir, producer of The Hulk Brian Grazer, director Bill Beckerby and others were listening silently to the distribution director's description of his views on competitors. Don't underestimate that advertising director. Even if he is a pig, he will become a pig with a keen sense of success after following Wayne Greenberg for 3 years. When the distribution director said this, he happened to find that Bill Beckerby curled his lips in disapproval. He paused helplessly before continuing, "Do you want to hear the positioning given by AMC's senior film experts? He thinks this is an A-level commercial science fiction blockbuster. I got the film evaluation he submitted to the theater company after participating in the preview." Producer Brian Grazer, who had remained silent, raised his head and looked at the distribution director with a hint of solemnity. The senior film experts of the theater companies are all very sensitive to the market. Their main job seems to be to watch movies, but in fact it is not that simple. In essence, they are actually doing market forecasts before the movie is released. If you ask these people to evaluate an art film, you usually won't get any results. If it's a commercial production, the forward-looking opinions they give will not deviate too much. This is the so-called senior cinema experts. Sanders believes that the fighting, special effects, and so on in The Matrix are attractive enough. Because the script was written by Wayne Greenberg, the rigor is far beyond ordinary popcorn commercial films. He even thinks that this film is likely to be one of the biggest box office bombs in this summer. Ha. Bill Becker's expression clearly revealed his dissatisfaction. Justin almost praised his competitor to a flower in front of him, which made the director of The Hulk very uncomfortable. In his heart, he never regarded Zack Snyder, the advertising director, as a rival of the same level. It was just the first film directed by a novice director. Whether it was the investment scale or the production team, it could not be compared with The Hulk. Since Universal Pictures invited Bill Becker back, he has positioned himself against Wayne Greenberg. Since the other party has opened a way for superheroes, he thinks he can easily replicate all the success of Batman Begins. After all, he has successfully produced 2 consecutive The Hulk movies since 1989. If anyone knows the most about superhero comic book movies, he is one of the pioneers in Hollywood. However, Bill Beckerby overlooked that the first person to succeed in superhero comic book movies was Tim Burton, the producer of Batman Begins. 2 consecutive The Hulk movies are nothing compared to 2 consecutive Batman movies. I want to remind you all, Bill Becker knocked on the table, attracted the attention of several people, and said confidently, no matter how the advertising director shoots, the film will eventually enter the theater market and be tested by the general public. The Shawshank Redemption also had a great reputation before it was released, right? You all seem to have overlooked that The Matrix is an original work, and the inherent disadvantages of non-adapted and sequel films will not change just because the producer and screenwriter is Wayne Greenberg. The Hulk is just the opposite. The Hulk has always been very popular in North America and even around the world. The director of the film was right in these words. Non-sequel and adaptation films, at least in the first weekend, cannot be compared with The Hulk. Several people in the office nodded in agreement and agreed with this point of view. If Hulk is compared with Bruce Wayne or Clark Kent, then naturally, no matter how well known or popular, he is at an absolute disadvantage. But now the benchmark is just an original film, so naturally, when the audience chooses to watch a movie, he is more than one step ahead. Bill, we will also hold a media preview later. Ron Meir looked at the confident director of the film. The company will invite as many critics as possible. At least the publicity and promotion before the release will not lag behind Warner Brothers. You have to make good preparations before the preview. Bill Becker nodded slightly with reserve. I have enough confidence in the film. The performance of the Hulk will not be worse than Batman Begins. That's good. The meeting of several people ended quickly. After the director and producer of the film left, the distribution director Justin did not move. He waited until the two people's car drove far away before he retracted his gaze from the window. I have seen the finished film of the Hulk. Although Bill was reluctant during the shooting and editing, he finally adopted the dark style under the supervision of Brian Grazer. Ron Mayer, who was sitting behind the desk, smiled with relief after hearing this. From the beginning of the project, the most basic shooting tone of the film was set, and it must be produced in a dark realistic style. Other styles may not necessarily fail, but since Wayne Greenberg has already created a successful template, according to the most appropriate rules of Hollywood, of course, the most reliable production method should be chosen to copy the successful path taken by the successful person. The CEO of Universal Pictures looked out the dark window, tapping his fingers on the desk rhythmically, and suddenly asked, I heard that the leading actor of The Matrix is a Chinese? That's right. Justin answered subconsciously and immediately understood what the other party meant. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and the corners of their mouths slowly rose together, revealing a smile. No, that's not enough. Ron Mayer smiled, and shook his head, muttering softly. Since Warner Brothers is going to fight 4 people alone this time, I hope they have made all the preparations. This little trick is not enough. After speaking, he waved his hand, indicating that Justin should go home first, and not wait for him. When he was the only one left in the office, he looked up at the time, took out a phone book from the drawer, opened it, grabbed the phone on the desk, and dialed the number on the book. Good evening, Roy, this is Ron Mayer. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while before a voice came. Hello, Ron. If there are any cooperation issues between Universal Pictures and Disney, you should go to Michael Eisner. No. I know Disney is in a bit of a mess now, but you will definitely put the interests of the company first, right? He was sure that Roy Disney was different from other executives just because of the other party's last name. Maybe others were busy trying to shake the rule of Disney Emperor Michael Eisner, or maybe they were taking advantage of the chaos of this animation giant to scramble for power. But the executive on the other end of the phone was completely different. This circle has always been so big, and there are almost no secrets between the executives of the 6 giants. Okay, in order not to disturb your rest, I'll tell you straight. The other end of the phone was silent, and Ron Mayer didn't care, knowing that the other party was waiting for him to tell his purpose. We have a common enemy, don't we? Although he knew what the CEO of Universal Pictures said, Roy Disney remained calm and the voice on the phone remained calm. Ron, we are old friends. Just tell me what you need me to do. The Rock, released by Bowen International, will be released in North America in early June. Ransom will be released in mid-June on the same weekend as Wayne Greenberg's new film The Departed. And our Hulk will be released on the same weekend as The Matrix in mid-May. Warner Brothers is planning to squeeze all our projects with 2 films in 1 month. There are at least 2 weekends between us. When The Rock was released, the Hulk had also passed its hottest stage. Unless the Hulk has a strong trend like Forrest Gump or the Joker. Both people on the phone knew that it was impossible. Whether it was the Hulk or the Rock, they were just summer popcorn. Disney is very confident in Ransom and the Rock. Roy Disney's nonchalant voice came from the phone. F***ku. This old fox. Ron Mayer cursed silently in his heart over the phone, and then continued directly. No one can underestimate Wayne Greenberg, whether as a producer or director. He is one of the top filmmakers in Hollywood since the 1990s. I understand. Warner Brothers and him are our common enemies. That's right. The CEO of Universal Pictures relaxed his body and leaned back in his office chair. The Departed and Ransom are released on the same weekend. Just relying on the reputation of hitting the Oscars and Wayne Greenberg's terrifying fan base, it will definitely greatly squeeze the box office of Ransom. Even if The Matrix performs well enough, it will also affect The Rock. He suddenly laughed and teased into the microphone. Unless we all pray that Wayne Greenberg will fail. Unlikely. Roy Disney didn't care about his tone, but agreed with his previous analysis. Disney has all of Wayne's files from college to now. I think the chances of him failing are almost zero. The young Jewish director is in his prime, and this is the consensus in the industry. Otherwise, everyone would not have come together to try their best to smear him in the media, just to shake his fan base. Otherwise, no one knows how many years his success will last. Go ahead, Ron. The voice on the phone paused for a moment and then continued. How do you need Disney to cooperate with Universal Pictures? It's not just Disney and us. Warner Brothers wants to mess up the summer season, and it's not just us two that have to deal with. Chapter 370 is coming. We will mobilize Disney's media to follow up on some actions of Universal Pictures. Roy Disney's voice came slowly on the phone. I heard that Warner Brothers sent The Matrix to MPAA, right? This film will only be an R-rated film. If necessary, we can give them more time. Also, I will talk to Ms. Shirley Lansing of Paramount. That's it. After getting the desired result, Ron Mayer hung up the phone with satisfaction, leaned back in his chair, and flipped through the phone book, thinking about who to call next. A night passed, the sun climbed up the sky early, and Greater Los Angeles also became noisy in the scorching sun. Perhaps because he indulged too much last night, when he was awakened by the sun, Wayne felt a pain in his waist at the first time. He let go of the girl who was curled up like a cat in his arms, sat up and saw a messy room. He got up from the bed and put on his pants, ignoring Jennifer Connelly who was sleeping soundly. He shook his head, which was not fully awake yet, and went to the bathroom to take a shower, hoping to revive himself as soon as possible. When the sound of water stopped, Wayne came out in a bathrobe, wiping his hair with a towel, and almost got excited again by the scene in front of him. Jennifer Connelly was wearing his white shirt, showing off two long white legs. She had nothing to cover her body except the shirt, and was picking up the clothes that they had thrown everywhere last night. The girl seemed to feel the hot gaze behind her, turned around and smiled, saying, "You played her crazy yesterday, and I'm protesting all over my body now. Don't have any bad ideas, boy. Are you hungry?" Wayne shrugged and sat at the dining table to watch her packing clothes. "I feel like I'm starving. I just ordered breakfast." "Wait a minute. The acclimatization student will bring it to the room." Ding dong. Before he finished speaking, the doorbell of the room rang. Jennifer Connelly raised her eyebrows at him, raised her hand to point at her shirt, and pointed at the door, motioning him to open the door and get breakfast. "Okay." Rejecting the acclimatization student's help to push the dining cart into the suite, Wayne put the breakfast on the dining table one by one. Scrambled eggs, bacon, barley bread, ham, and beef. He found that the order was very much, far more than the normal amount of breakfast for two people. The girl pulled out a chair and sat down, skillfully cutting the beef and putting it between the bread. "My God. Don't look at me like that. I'm starving too." Although she said so, Jennifer Connelly didn't eat much, perhaps not even the amount of breakfast for a normal person. After a while, she lay on the dining table and patiently watched the man across from her wolfing down. Without asking, Wayne knew that it was the way to keep in shape. This woman was not the only one who was like this. Cameron Diaz and Naomi Watts were almost the same. There were indeed actresses in the industry who could not gain weight, no matter how much they ate, but most actresses, in order to maintain a good photogenic effect, would be thinner in real life than on the big screen. If you want to be famous, these are all the prices you have to pay by default. The requirements for women in this industry are much higher than those for male actors. "Can I ask a question?" Seeing that the beef on his plate was almost finished, Jennifer Connelly picked up the plate of scrambled eggs and used a fork to help him add food. Wayne tilted his head and looked at her strangely. While continuing to stuff food into his mouth, he waved his hand, signaling her to speak directly. "Honey, as a top commercial film director in the industry, can you give me some advice?" The girl knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had come, and she did not hesitate to reveal her troubles. "When I was about 10 years old, I was influenced by my father and started to perform commercial models in the New York fashion industry. From the time I participated in my first TV series in 1979 to now, except for some not so big not small fame, I have always been mediocre in this field." Jennifer Connelly laughed at herself when she said this, and it can be seen that she is very clear about the problem she faces. The media and fans are praising me for being beautiful since I was a child and being the dream lover in the hearts of hundreds of millions of men, but I have not received more opportunities because of this. The projects I participated in are only supporting roles and small investment art films. Can you give me some advice? Satisfiedly putting down the knife and fork, Wayne took out 2 tissues to wipe his mouth and looked at the frowning girl with a smile. From the moment she opened her mouth, he could hear that the other party was testing him, hoping to get more from him, not just the set of giving and receiving. Perhaps half of her words were sincere. Many female stars have experienced this period, working hard, and then found that their status, fame, wealth, etc. have not improved at all, which is really discouraging. But Jennifer Connelly's situation is not as bad as she said. This woman has never lacked project invitations, which has surpassed more than 80% of the actresses in the circle. Okay, what do you think? Looking at the time on his wrist, Wayne lit a cigarette and planned to chat with the girl patiently. Yes, Jennifer Connelly shouted in her heart, but she still maintained a distressed expression on the surface. Do you think I can transform and develop into an acting school? Or should I take more Vaz roles? Let's put it this way, you are indeed very talented in acting. Exhaling a large cloud of green smoke, he looked at the woman's eyes with some amusement. But I still think you don't need to rush. Be more patient. Your pleasing face and figure are your advantages. There is no need to waste them. Opportunities will always come inadvertently, right? After saying that, without waiting for the woman to continue asking, he picked up the clothes that the other party had sorted out and began to put them on one by one, saying as he put on his clothes, I will recommend you to audition for the next big production of Warner Brothers, if there is a suitable role, so put away this expression, and then we will go to work, okay? Thank you, dear. After checking out of the hotel and getting in the car, Wayne has actually been thinking about whether to make the women's movie Charlie's Angels in advance. How big the risk is, and whether it will be accepted by North American movie fans a few years in advance, are all very uncertain things. Cameron Diaz and Jennifer Connelly, the 2 women, are actually quite suitable for this film, and the Chinese Lucy Liu in it is not an indispensable role. In my memory, the girl entered Hollywood quite early and has been playing supporting roles until she participated in this film and became officially famous. There was not much dubbing work left for The Departed, so he kept thinking about it. In fact, writing a script and making a project plan would not take up too much of Wayne's energy. Instead, the really important preparations for filming could be left to Warner Brothers. Now Hollywood has not started to play political correctness crazily, and feminist ideas have not officially risen. This is his only concern. Sometimes movies are completely complementary to the social environment. For example, if Wonder Woman is made now, it will definitely be a mess, no matter who shoots it. There is no second possibility. Time is still slowly moving forward. Until mid-April, when all the work on The Departed was completed and the sample was sent to Warner Brothers, he was still hesitant about this matter. However, a call from Bruce Rosenblum made Wayne temporarily put aside all other ideas and hurriedly ran to the CEO's office on the 7th floor of the Warner Brothers building with his assistant. They treat Warner Brothers as DreamWorks. Several of them are tacitly excluding us. Executives from the 3 major cinema chains who are close to us have called me separately. Except for Sony Columbia, the other several companies are putting pressure on the cinema chains to reduce the number of screens where The Matrix opens, and Bruce Rosenblum said this and deliberately stopped to observe Wayne's face. What? Just say it directly. Well, the MPAA classification work for The Matrix has been completed, and the film has been classified as an R-rated film. Isn't this normal? Our original plan was that this should be an R-rated film. Wayne asked curiously. The big special effects, explosions and other shots in the film are basically impossible to be rated at the PG-13 level. It's the wrong process, Wayne. Jeff Robinoff, who had been silent all the time, explained at this time. Normally, although the members of MPAA are confidential, everyone in the industry knows that the seats have always been divided among the 6 major companies. When The Matrix was rated, there was a tacit agreement between several other companies. Wayne understood it this way. The Matrix and The Departed were not bad, as they were positioned as R-rated films from the beginning. What about other films of Warner Brothers? It is hard to say whether this situation will happen again. From this, we can also see how difficult it is for DreamWorks to become the seventh giant. No matter when, it is impossible for other companies to intervene in MPAA. This is the basic base and back garden of the 6 major companies. Just being stuck in the film rating every time makes DreamWorks' dream full of ups and downs. So in the following years, DreamWorks seemed to be developing smoothly, and the films it produced not only received high box office, but also won the Oscars during the award season. In fact, it was always being strangled by the Big Six, and the tacit suppression was everywhere. Wayne looked at Jeff Robinoff and asked with a headache, will the situation be so bad that every film will be like this? It's impossible for it to be like this all the time. Warner Brothers is not DreamWorks. Jeff Robinoff sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. I'm afraid someone will always be in the middle to organize it, otherwise there will be no trust between these companies. Chapter 371 Overturning the Table. There are some things that Jeff Robinoff doesn't need to say. Everyone present knows it. Just look at the problems in the upcoming The Matrix. Who is the biggest beneficiary? That's the black hand that links other companies. Bruce Rosenblum picked up the coffee cup with a thoughtful look on his face. Everything still needs to be tested by the market, but we can't passively take a beating. At least we can't let this tacit understanding continue to exist. Warner Brothers has never had a tradition of passively waiting. Now forget about this Matrix, because it is positioned as an R-rated movie. What about the movies after that? After this incident passed quietly, will other companies tacitly do it again? Don't overestimate the bottom line of Hollywood production companies. This involves market share. Warner Brothers has always maintained the revenue of the top 6 giants in the past few years, which has made the remaining companies eat too many lemons. In fact, in the past few years, Warner Brothers has been the one that bites off the biggest piece of fat every time with its large-scale sequel series and Wayne's hit series of movies. CEO Jeff Robinoff opened the drawer, took out a brown wooden box, opened the lid, took out 3 of his favorite collections, and threw one to Wayne and Bruce Rosenblum. While trimming the finger-thick cigar with a cigar cutter, he looked up and asked, "What do you think?" The head of the distribution department had no time to enjoy this thing at this time. He put the cigar aside and turned to look at Wayne, who was trimming the cigar head. "I heard that you and Steven have always had a good relationship." "What?" Every time he came to Jeff Robinoff's office, he would be invited to a large cigar from his collection. Wayne was used to it now. Although he still couldn't enjoy the fun of it, he would not refuse the other party's intention to share. Suddenly mentioning Steven Spielberg to him made him look questionable. "In general, our relationship is not bad. You should all know that he invited me to direct the movie Saving Private Ryan several times, but I refused each time. Because of this, I even stood up George's alumni gathering. But after all, we are family members." Warner Brothers couldn't ignore this matter. There is no need to elaborate on how important he is to the company. I'm afraid that Warner Brothers will investigate clearly who has sent an invitation to Agent Jimmy. Now the film has entered preparation. I heard that Steven is going to do it himself. Jeff Robinoff smiled. All the actions of DreamWorks can be said to be completely under the eyes of the Big Six. There are some things they did not hide from Wayne. As early as January before the Oscars this year, some executives of the Big Six met privately and reached a tacit understanding on certain things. 20th Century Fox, Warner Brothers, Universal Pictures, Paramount Pictures, Walt Disney, and the outsider Sony Columbia. No matter how much dirty tricks there are between these 6 companies, and all kinds of small tricks to trip them up, it will not affect the intricate cooperative and competitive relationship between them. At least on the surface, everyone maintains a decent appearance. Now a new company has emerged, ready to invade the back garden of the traditional forces in Hollywood, and wants to take a bite of the biggest cake that is not enough to eat. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Not to mention the 6 traditional production companies. Even the now dying MGM will not change its position, and will naturally stand with the 6 majors. That's the problem. Bruce Rosenblum smiled instantly, and his smile was full of gloomy meaning. With Warner Brothers, the tacit understanding of traditional Hollywood companies has not changed. From the time DreamWorks films are sent to MPAA 4 rating, to the promotion, distribution, and theaters of the films. Everything related to the film will be subject to ubiquitous suppression and trouble. Since those companies dare to use this method on us, we might as well break this tacit understanding. Wayne, you can meet with Steven in a high-profile manner and talk about the difficulties in distributing DreamWorks films as the boss of the company. Warner Brothers can solve this part of the problem for them. Taking the spray gun thrown by Jeff Robinoff, Wayne tilted his head and lit the cigar in his mouth. Immediately, a strong fruity aroma filled the oral mucosa. Hearing these words, he nodded thoughtfully. High profile, mainly this high profile. It is necessary to let the other companies know that Warner Brothers is not DreamWorks with a weak foundation. It is fully capable of helping the good guys and causing trouble for other companies. Warner Brothers doesn't care about the traditional sphere of influence, the basic base of the production company, or the market share. After all, no matter who joins this game, it will not shake the market share of Warner Brothers for a while. This is the so-called overturning the table. Since you dare to eat without me, then no one can eat. How far do we want to talk? Through the green smoke from his nostrils, Wayne looked at the distribution director with a sinister smile. I don't know anything about the company. At most, I can only make a start. That's enough. Bruce Rosenblum tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers and said calmly, we can't do too much. It's enough to show an attitude. Otherwise, Jeff Robinoff added, otherwise, Warner Brothers will become the target of public criticism. Listen, Wayne. The CEO of Warner Brothers continued, you are the only person in the company who can be equal to Steven Spielberg in status. If Bruce and I show up, things will become out of control. I understand. Nodding slightly, Wayne looked at Nina, who had been silent all the time, and prepared to ask the assistant to help him make an appointment with the good guy. Please call Steven for me and say, well, just say that I invite him to play golf. No problem. Every CEO of Warner Brothers seems to have a bit of gambler's paranoia. This idea that will arouse the sensitive nerves of several other companies if it is not handled well. Bruce Rosenblum did not consider the consequences at all. Others may not know, but Wayne knows very well. If it were not for his pair of butterfly wings, this current executive of the distribution department would be the next CEO after the turn of the century. The quick success and quick profit of producing DC superheroes, interfering with the filming work of the crew and director, and so on, were all caused by this sinister paranoid. As a company department executive, his ability is absolutely top-notch, but as the role of the CEO of a giant company, his personality is really not as steady as Jeff Robinoff and Kevin Tsujihara. The quick success and quick profit of DC movie planning and various mysterious operations on big productions are almost all from his tenure. I will call Paul from Sony Columbia in the afternoon. Bruce Rosenblum was not satisfied and continued to talk about his plan. Although Sony is an outsider, it has acquired Columbia Pictures after all. Although he and several other major companies have recognized Sony Columbia's status in Hollywood, in fact, they are implicitly excluded by other companies in all matters. It is not so easy for outsiders to integrate. Perhaps, Warner Brothers can strengthen the cooperation between the two companies. Wayne, who was smoking a cigar at the same time, looked at Jeff Robinoff and nodded slightly, completely agreeing with his plan. On the one hand, they contacted DreamWorks in a high-profile manner, sending sensitive signals to others, and on the other hand, they secretly wooed Sony and Columbia to make the so-called tacit alliance collapse from within. Between the two, all the small actions of the company in the middle became dispensable. Bruce Wayne put down the big cigar in his hand, stood up and adjusted the buttons of his suit, ready to end this conversation. If I were you, I would talk to Townsend Rothman of 20th Century Fox again. Maybe there would be an unexpected surprise. 20th Century Fox was also a participant in the rating of The Matrix. It has always been like this between big companies. We do have a cooperative relationship, but it doesn't affect me from stabbing you in the back, right? We are not children anymore. As long as the interest exists, all kinds of dirty things will happen because of it. Aha, another surprise. Bruce Rosenblum walked up to Wayne, and they shook hands. He didn't ask why Townsend Rothman of 20th Century Fox was willing to talk to him about this matter. He just had to do it. There was no point in adults being too curious. Nodding with Jeff Robinoff, Wayne took Nina out of the office and took the elevator. to leave the Warner Brothers building. The Rolls-Royce Silverthorne was parked at the door of the building. Not only was Sergey in the car, but Jimmy was also sitting in the back seat, chatting with the Russian bear. "Boss, are you done?" Seeing the two of them coming out of the building, Sergey opened the car door and asked, "Where are we going?" "Okay, go back to the manor directly." The car started steadily, gradually moving away from the media capital of Burbank. Wayne opened the small refrigerator in the car, took out a bottle of lemonade, and looked at his agent Jimmy at the same time. This was why he asked Bruce Rosenblum to try to contact Townsend Rothman. Now 20th Century Fox was negotiating a contract with Jimmy. It was not surprising that some insignificant concessions would be made in order to get him to sign the producer contract smoothly. The two sides have had several contacts for this contract with the producer of X-Men, but it has always been in the stage of mutual exploration. Although 20th Century Fox has verbally agreed to it, the specific salary issue must not be discounted. Promises cannot replace money. If you want to hire a top producer, the price you have to pay is never small. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. Those sky-high paychecks are never accidental. The Rolls-Royce Silver Spur has a large passenger space, and its stability during driving is also very guaranteed, which provides a good office environment for the rear passenger area. Jimmy opened his briefcase without waiting for the car to leave Burbank, took out a printed document, and put it on the small table in the middle. The contract issue with 20th Century Fox cannot be resolved in a day or two. With your promise, the other party is also delaying intentionally or unintentionally. In my opinion, they should be waiting for the market response of the Hulk and the reaction of fans of non-DC series comic adapted movies. What's your suggestion? Wayne was not in a hurry to look at the printed paper and looked at the agent with a relaxed expression. My suggestion is that, since they are willing to hold it, we might as well hold it until next year. The agent looked fearless. He knew best how capable his client was. When things developed later, 20th Century Fox came to ask for help. Whether Universal Pictures' Hulk will be successful or not, I can't judge now, but there is one thing I can be sure of now: 20th Century Fox can certainly wait and see without fear, but after the award season next year, or even if it is delayed a little longer, when the second Batman movie is released, our treatment will not be this friendly price. The companies in the industry that have dealt with Jimmy can basically confirm that this agent's other abilities can only be said to be qualified. Whether it is the career planning of his clients or finding job opportunities for clients, he has little chance to participate. However, who made him serve Wayne, a top client who does not need an agent to find opportunities? So what is the value of Jimmy's existence? The most troublesome thing about him is that he is completely shameless in negotiating for client treatment, and he frequently uses various means such as throwing tantrums, playing tricks, and threatening. As long as it involves the number of client treatment, his IQ is like instantly raised by 30 or 50, and he can consider all the favorable factors that are urgently needed. So it is such a shameless agent in negotiation and extremely sensitive to money numbers that even Warner Brothers has a headache every time. Wayne is usually easy to communicate with, but his agent Jimmy is not necessarily. As long as it involves the interests of his clients, he never knows what the bottom line is. Jimmy, Nina, who usually keeps silent when talking about business, suddenly took off her glasses and widened her eyes with curiosity when she thought of the agent's character. She asked, "What price did you offer that would make 20th Century Fox, which finally got the promise, prefer to continue to wait slowly rather than seize the time to cash in?" Even though Wayne made a promise, everything that is not included in the contract terms on paper is always just a promise. 20th Century Fox deliberately rescheduled Independence Day in order to obtain greater benefits. The normal practice should be to solve Wayne's salary issue as soon as possible, and the rest is irrelevant. At this time, the agent looked innocent. Facing Nina's curious eyes, He said confidently, "There are so many companies that want to invite Wayne. 20th Century Fox should pay a price that exceeds the market rules after getting the promise, right? So do I want 30 plus 25? Not much at all." Puff, cough cough cough, cough cough. Before Jimmy could finish, Wayne almost spit out a mouthful of water. While coughing continuously, he looked at the agent, who looked as if it was his due. He found that he had a deeper understanding of his shamelessness. Fuck. 30 million basic salary plus 25% of the global box office share? Nina's eyes suddenly widened, and she asked in surprise. The agent looked at the two people opposite him. When he mentioned 20th Century Fox, his shameless tone came over him. Even his own people did not expect that he would ask for such a high price. Of course, isn't it in line with Wayne's worth? We didn't ask them for an invitation, so we should have the attitude of asking for help. Having been in Hollywood for a few years, Nina has long understood the basic operating model of the production company. It was because she knew enough that she was surprised. If 20th Century Fox agreed to this price, it would be almost equivalent to the status of labor and capital being reversed, and Wayne would be working for nothing the whole time. No matter how successful X-Men is later, at least more than half of the profits will be taken by their side. No production company will easily agree to such conditions. What's so surprising? Jimmy shrugged, his eyes full of the meaning of not making a fuss. When we first negotiated, 20th Century Fox agreed to this salary. What the FXXK? Why? Don't listen to Wayne's words, that he is not short of money, so he will be tempted by the money. If the other party agrees to this kind of weird salary, it is too realistic, and he doesn't mind taking the opportunity to make a fortune. They can offer this salary, but the condition is that Wayne not only plans out the first few films of X-Men, but also makes a detailed and complete overall plan. After all, Warner Brothers' DC superhero plan is no secret in the industry. He also has to serve as the first producer and director of the first film, and participate in script writing and other work. So, the premise that they are willing to agree to this price is to maximize the success rate of X-Men and the success rate of subsequent films. That's right. After hearing Jimmy's complete conditions, he nodded in sudden enlightenment. I'm afraid that only such requirements can make 20th Century Fox willing to give up more than half of the film's profits to buy a successful film series. Talk slowly, don't rush, just follow your initial plan. You've done a very good job. Wayne looked into the eyes of the agent and fully affirmed the other party's work. As for Jimmy's conditions, that seemed like a snake swallowing an elephant. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This is Hollywood, the most bizarre and incredible place in North America. Sometimes, sky-high pay is not necessarily impossible. Anyway, everything can be negotiated. If you are a movie star or a big director, and a big company invites you to film, would you rather take a large upfront salary at one time, or would you rather not have a basic salary and ask for a share of the profits later? Normal people would hesitate, right? So that's just normal people. The choice of the big names in the circle is, of course, to have both salary and profit sharing. In fact, most big names in the circle take this approach when participating in movies, and Wayne is definitely not an exception. This has also caused some top stars, directors, and producers to earn an incredible amount of money from a single film. With just one film, you can earn enough money to last the rest of your life, and this has happened more than once or twice. That's why Los Angeles attracts handsome men and beautiful women from all over the world, who are trying their best to squeeze into this world of fame and fortune. Johnny Depp, who is well known to everyone, earned more than $55 million from Pirates of the Caribbean 4, including $35 million in upfront basic salary and the rest in profit sharing. Another star related to Tim Burton, Jack Nicholson, received more than $60 million for Batman in 1989, of which the basic salary was only $6 million, and the rest was all later profits, but this was just an accident. Harrison Ford received more than $65 million for Indiana Jones in 2008, but this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the film's director Steven Spielberg and George Lucas also received $65 million. The brothers can be said to be on par in terms of making money. Tom Hanks received $70 million for Forrest Gump, and Sandra Bullock also received $70 million for Gravity. and the Little Prince of Money. Robert Downey Jr., who must be mentioned, received more than $75 million for Avengers 4. The key is that this is just a routine operation for him. He also received this number in Avengers 3 and Iron Man 3. If someone were to ask who is the richest in the Marvel universe, it would undoubtedly be Tony Stark in the film and Robert Downey Jr. outside of the film. This is not the highest salary. Will Smith, for example, pushed this figure to $100 million with Men in Black 3, and Bruce Willis also received more than $100 million for his role in The Sixth Sense. Among the recorded and exposed salaries, the one with the highest total income may be Tom Cruise. This Hollywood superstar received at least $100 million in salary dividends in films such as Mission Impossible 2 and War of the Worlds. Another person with the highest salary for a single film is Keanu Reeves, which is actually due to some unexpected factors, because the second and third parts of The Matrix were shot together, and his agent quoted a basic salary of $30 million according to the shooting cycle, plus 15% of the film's revenue. Although the reputation of the last two movies is not as good as the first one, the Wachowski brothers, sisters, were obviously fooled by the critics, and made more and more weird movies, but it still unexpectedly brought Keanu Reeves more than $160 million in revenue. Note that the above are just the ones that have been exposed and proven. There are many more sky-high salaries that have not been exposed. The good guy Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park, George Lucas's Star Wars, etc. The director's income will only be higher. Seeing the car turn into Mulholland Road, Wayne calculated the time and instructed Nina, "Help me to make an appointment with Steven as soon as possible. The preview of The Departed will start soon, and then the premiere of The Matrix. My work schedule is very full this summer, and I must solve this problem as soon as possible." "No problem, I'll call when I get back." Along the way, Wayne glanced at the investigation materials brought by Jimmy from time to time. The things on it were related to some of his plans for the next few years. Did Blue Sky Studios also participate in the special effects work for Titanic? Jimmy thought about it and nodded affirmatively. Yes, but it was just a small amount of virtual scene production. This studio is still too small, and it is not realistic to take on more work. Chapter 373, The $3 Billion Series. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped by the fountain and the small square in the manor. Wayne and his party got out of the car and walked to the living room under the greeting of the housekeeper Hella. "Where's Nami?" Wayne took off his suit jacket and handed it to Hella. When he entered the door, he found that the living room was unusually quiet and asked in a low voice. The housekeeper took the jacket and sorted it carefully. These pure handmade clothes were all made by an old tailor in the UK, although there were no identification marks on them to indicate their identity. In fact, each piece was worth a lot of money, which was not comparable to the so-called luxury goods outside. Ms. Watts and Alina are both on the third floor with Fendi. "Do you want me to call them?" "Forget it, help us get some coffee." Waving to Hella, Wayne took Jimmy and Nina to sit on the sofa and looked at the information in his hand again. Blue Sky Studios. This animation studio, deep in his memory, was not famous even after 20 years and was ruthlessly closed by its parent company Walt Disney in 2021. It can be regarded as the least developed, least capitalized, and least produced animation studio among the three major Hollywood animation studios. Compared with Pixar Animation Studio and DreamWorks Animation Studio, it is very easy to be overlooked. Today, as traditional hand-painted animation in Hollywood is gradually declining, Steve Jobs' Pixar Animation Studio has proved the trend of computer animation with Toy Story, and at the same time, the group of hackers at Pixar have also found their own direction. Jeffrey Katzenberg's DreamWorks Animation Studio is also quietly accumulating technology and slowly exploring its own unique style. It will take at least a few more years until Shrek the Monsters unexpectedly achieves huge success before they can establish their own style of spoofing everything. Therefore, among the three major Hollywood animation studios, only Steve Jobs has survived. Because of the special nature of animated feature films, too much time and money need to be invested in the early stage. However, considering the profitability of successful animated feature films, all the investments have become particularly insignificant. Is this Chris Wedge the founder of this small studio? Putting the information on the coffee table, Wayne picked up the coffee and asked his agent, How big is the studio now? Why is it not clearly written here? Because they can't even talk about the word scale. Jimmy shrugged and explained. Studio founder Chris Wedge has been an animator at Magi since the early 1980s. He resigned in 1985 and founded this studio. The headquarters has been in a small building in New York. 10 years have passed, and they are still there without much development. Seeing Wayne's thoughtful expression, Jimmy looked at the assistant hesitantly, but finally gritted his teeth and continued, Wayne, I don't know where you heard the information about this small workshop, and you asked me to investigate them early in the morning, but I must remind you that computer animation studios are not something you can afford with your current wealth. Too much money needs to be invested to support an animation studio without any achievements. It is not as simple as making an animated film. The early technical research and development accumulation is like using dollars as fuel. Even if you have some technical accumulation, it is not easy to make an animated feature film. It is completely different from making a movie. There is no shortcut. Every frame of the animation scene must be rendered honestly. Usually, the production time of an animated feature film is calculated in years. The top Hollywood commercial films only have an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, but this can only be regarded as an entry-level to medium-level investment. The meaning of animated feature films is similar to special effects. You get what you pay for. I understand. Wayne lit a cigarette, and his mind was calculating the gains and losses quickly while puffing smoke. One hand gently touched the stubble on his chin, and his eyes kept circulating on the investigation data. He was thinking, if he didn't take action now, would he lose the last chance to enter the game? Among the 3 major Hollywood animation studios, Pixar would be the best target if the time was advanced 3 or 4 years. At that time, Boss Joe wanted to sell shares and quickly cash in to start his own new computer company. But even a few years ago, Wayne was powerless. With the little money in his hand, it was impossible for him to afford the studio composed of a group of hackers. There was no need to think about DreamWorks Animation Studios. Jeffrey Katzenberg would never let anyone else interfere, not even his good friend Steven Spielberg. Many conflicts between them were caused by this. The only little transparent company left was Blue Sky Studios. I'm afraid no one would have thought that this small workshop-style company would create such a big wave in the future. Thinking of this, Wayne decided to contact them first. If he could successfully buy shares, he would sell some of his shares to support them for a few years for the Ice Age series. Jimmy, take some time to talk to the founder Chris Wedge and see if they have a strong vision for investment. Okay, you have the final say. Jimmy readily agreed. Knowing that his client had made up his mind, he couldn't help but remind him of the huge risks involved. It doesn't cost much to invest in them. Maybe $1 million can get it done. The main thing is that the subsequent investment will be very huge. I heard that Disney is preparing to lay off a lot of employees and wants to get rid of the hand-drawn animation department that has created countless history. An animation department that can't continue to generate income cannot even be supported by a media giant. Go and talk first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Wayne knew the agent's painstaking efforts and was afraid that he would lose a large sum of money because of an impulse. However, people are always greedy. As long as he thinks of the incredible and brilliant achievements created by the Ice Age series, he always feels that it is a pity to miss it. That is a movie series. Only 4 movies have earned $3 billion in box office. This is just the box office figures on the surface. As we all know, box office only accounts for a small part of the profits of animated feature films. The terrifying profits are its long-term offline income. Potential investment targets with huge appreciation potential like this will become less and less in Hollywood as time goes by, and the threshold required will be higher. As for the shortcomings of this animation studio, such as the slower production cycle compared to other animation companies and only this one successful series, they are nothing compared to the terrifying profit figures. Besides, Wayne didn't want to hold the shares in his hands forever. After the success of Ice Age, the big companies in Hollywood would be willing to line up to take over. The value contained in a successful animation studio is so great that no giant can resist it. Jimmy then discussed the issue of the agency with him for a while, talked about Halle Berry's recent work and the progress of Peter Jackson's script, and then left the manor with a little worry. It seems that the money from the studio has a new place to go, right? Nina said, pushing her glasses as she watched the agent leave. Yeah, that's the case for now. After finishing the business, Wayne walked upstairs lightly. The little princess upstairs has become more and more like a white girl these days. It is a world of difference compared to when she was just born. Now seeing his daughter every day has become his best way to relax. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the iconic extended version of Rolls-Royce Silver Thor appeared in front of a golf course. It was very coincidental that Steven Spielberg's car arrived almost at the same time. After getting off the car, the two greeted each other warmly and walked into the golf course together. This scene was clearly recorded by the reporters squatting nearby with their cameras. The weather was approaching the hottest time in Los Angeles. Wayne, wearing casual clothes and a sun hat, walked on the empty lawn nearby with Steven Spielberg, who was also dressed in the same way. The Jewish good old man swung a club fiercely, looked at the ball he hit, and shook his head in dissatisfaction, and looked at the young man who was following him. You should have learned to play ball a long time ago. Work is not everything in our lives. Wayne shrugged and said, this sport is not suitable for me. The two did not rush to the tram not far away, but walked forward leisurely and casually. They all understood that the main purpose of meeting at such a place was never to play ball, but because of its open environment, it was suitable for talking about some more private topics. I heard that the production of The Departed has been completed. Because he did not let the caddy follow him, Steven Spielberg carried the club himself. How is it? Are you confident? He knew what the other party meant. Almost everyone in the outside world understood that the first goal of The Departed was the Oscar. It's hard to say. If there are no accidents, I'm more than 60% sure. The good man smiled and said, it seems that you are very confident. Don't be careless. You know, having a 60% chance of being the little golden man is already a very high success rate. Many public relations companies dare not say such words. Wayne did not deny that he was confident. Feeling the occasional wind blowing in the golf course, he looked at a small lake not far away. If you have time, you are welcome to attend the premiere of The Departed. Of course. Steven Spielberg relaxed and agreed without hesitation. This year's summer season has been turned into a world war by you. Wayne, we are friends, so don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what you want to discuss by asking me here. The old Jewish man didn't believe that the other party was just here to play basketball with him. The big melee of the summer season was about to begin. It was bound to be a difficult task to get the other party to put down his work and come here. Okay, Steven, I heard that DreamWorks is not doing well. How is it? Do you need some help? Chapter 374. The war is coming. DreamWorks will face oppression everywhere, which was expected when the big three first met. What Steven Spielberg didn't expect was that there would be so many inexplicable troubles, and judging from the current trend, there will be more and more in the future. Wayne, are you really willing to push Warner Brothers and open a way for DreamWorks? The Jewish good man suddenly stopped, stood there with a serious expression, and looked at him seriously. The other party is a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, and his natural position is opposite to DreamWorks. From his previous performance, this is also proved. No one who can become a successful person in the circle is a fool. Steven Spielberg doesn't believe that the other party will do anything that is not good for Warner Brothers. Steven. Wayne turned around and shook his head with a smile. If DreamWorks needs it, Warner Brothers can become your distributor and sign a global distribution contract. No, Wayne, I refuse. Hearing this, Steven Spielberg immediately refused and shook his head with some disappointment. In his eyes, the other party also wanted to suck the blood of DreamWorks like Paramount or 20th Century Fox. After putting down the camera, the young man still did not get rid of the Jewish racial instinct. Under that calm and handsome face, there was a greedy capitalist soul. Of course, all this is understandable. Business is just business after all, and he did it the same way. Wayne, you want to turn DreamWorks into the second content production department of Warner Brothers? This is not a favor. Don't worry, listen to me. Wayne walked back a few steps and stood side by side with the old man, looking at the mountains in the distance. Everyone knows the biggest problem DreamWorks faces. You may be able to discuss North American distribution on your own, but the companies with perfect global distribution capabilities are nothing more than the existing 6 giants. It will take more than 1 or 2 years to build a global distribution network. Are you willing to let Paramount suck the blood of all the projects produced by DreamWorks during this period? I can push Warner Brothers to sign a distribution contract with you at a normal price until DreamWorks builds its own distribution network. If the biggest difficulty DreamWorks faces is nothing more than not having its own distribution network, according to Wayne's understanding, the Jewish old man did not build his own distribution network until he was acquired by Viacom in 2005 and became a content manufacturer for Paramount. The further time goes, the more difficult this matter will be. From his perspective, which is 20 years ahead of the present, DreamWorks basically has no hope of building a perfect global distribution department. So how did DreamWorks survive these 10 years? That's right, it was moving forward while being sucked blood by the 6 giants. Faced with the high-priced distribution contracts offered by the Big 6, DreamWorks could only sign with a pinch of the nose and then change to another one after it could no longer bear it, and the cycle continued for many years. During this period, they cooperated with 20th Century Fox for 5 films, with Universal Pictures for 8 films, and with Sony Columbia for 5 films, and finally simply became a content manufacturer for Paramount. Don't be ridiculous, Wayne. Steven Spielberg lowered his head and stretched out his hand to push his small glasses. Can you guarantee to push Warner Brothers to charge only the normal distribution fees in the circle for all the films released by DreamWorks? Wayne nodded and said happily, of course, but I can only play a leading role. You have to talk to Jeff yourself about the details. The Jewish good man tilted his head and glanced at him as if he was thinking about something. At this time, he obviously lost interest in playing. The two suddenly fell silent and walked towards the rest area together on the green lawn. It can be seen that Steven Spielberg has been calculating the gains and losses along the way. This is not a trivial matter for DreamWorks, and it is related to their future discoveries. It was not until the tram arrived at the rest area and the two sat under the parasol that the old man suddenly asked, "What do you want?" "What?" I said, "If you help promote this, what do you want from DreamWorks?" Wayne, don't use the excuse that we are friends to perfunctorily tell me your conditions. Conditions. Wayne reached out and pulled out a bottle of beer from the ice bucket, sipped it slowly, pondered for a long time, and turned to look at the Jewish old man. I will only play a leading role and will use my influence in the company to try my best to promote the formation of this matter. No matter what the final result of the matter is, you owe me one. How about it? A favor. This scope is too large. Steven Spielberg would rather he put forward specific conditions, and the last thing he wants to hear is this. In their position, the debt of favor is the most difficult to repay. I agree. After thinking for a long time, he also opened a bottle of beer and clinked it with Wayne. Remember the World War II film that invited you several times? Saving Private Ryan will probably start filming next year. It can be the first film that Warner Brothers will release for DreamWorks. Well, go and talk to Jeff. I'll make arrangements for you in advance. Wayne waved his hand nonchalantly, but in fact, he was also full of surprises. He really didn't have any conditions. If this deal could be concluded, it would be a win-win situation. This was equivalent to grabbing the fat meat from Paramount and letting Warner Brothers replace other giants. Even if DreamWorks was given a distribution contract that complied with market rules and only took a normal figure for the distribution commission, the profit it could create would definitely not be less. Giving up a little profit temporarily was nothing. In the long run, DreamWorks would find it difficult to escape its original fate and could only become the content manufacturing department of Warner Brothers. Helping them release films was one thing, and squeezing DreamWorks in other aspects was another. It would not delay Warner Brothers' original plan at all, nor would it destroy the tacit understanding with several other giants. It was definitely a win-win situation. That's it for today. I still have some work to do. Let's talk again at the premiere of Twister at the end of May. After saying everything that needed to be said, Wayne stood up and shook hands with Steven Spielberg. After a few polite greetings, he was ready to leave. The Jewish old man smiled. Okay, see you at the premiere of Twister. Until Wayne disappeared with Nina and Sergey, Steven Spielberg didn't move. He stood there with the beer he had just opened, looking at the mountains in the distance. What happened today was very sudden. He is still thinking about what Warner Brothers is planning. He has a good relationship with this company. Even this year's top production of Twister, he is the producer. But before today, this company has never revealed the news that it wants to cooperate with DreamWorks. It's not self-deprecation. Although DreamWorks has 3 giants, it has to be ahead of many small companies in the industry. Now it is at most a medium-sized film company ranked at the top. Don't look at the ambitions of the 3 of them. In fact, everything is still in the initial stage. The good guy in the golf course was thinking carefully about the gains and losses, but outside the golf course, it was a different scene. Wayne, who usually never accepted media interviews, opened the car window today. Facing the reporters who rushed over, he did not show any impatience. "Mr. Greenberg, did you play golf with director Spielberg just now?" A female reporter was quick to put the recorder in front of him. Wayne squinted at the female reporter's name tag, confirmed that she was a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, and nodded with a smile on his face. "Yes, Steven has helped me a lot since I entered Hollywood, and we have always had a very good relationship." The female reporter continued to ask, "Wayne, your appointment to play together, does it mean that there is a possibility of cooperation?" "It is still in the stage of negotiation. Sorry, it is not convenient to disclose this." "Wayne, last question. The Matrix will be released soon. As the producer and screenwriter of the film, can you talk about your expectations for the box office of the film?" The Matrix is a super cool science fiction film. It will be the box office champion in the first weekend. After saying this, the Rolls-Royce raised the window, slowly left the golf course, and drove towards Beverly Hills. The next morning, the photo of Wayne and Spielberg hugging was published on the entertainment page of the Los Angeles Times. The title was written in a rhetorical question. 2 Hollywood directors agreed to play together. Will Wayne Greenberg and Steven Spielberg start to cooperate? For ordinary people, this news may only be regarded as gossip before and after dinner. The fan community may have more room for imagination, looking forward to the 2 people's collision of sparks, but in the eyes of some production company executives, they have tasted a different taste. As a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, Wayne is impossible to make movies for other companies. This is no secret. Coupled with the ambiguous reports of reporters, it is hard for people not to think badly. On this day, the phone in the CEO's office of Warner Brothers was inexplicably busy. Until the last call was hung up, Jeff Robinov had a sarcastic smile all the time. Time passed quickly. In early May, The Departed held 2 media previews and received a large number of praises from film critics and the media. But before all kinds of praise fermented for a long time, The Matrix was ushered in a large-scale opening. This is the highlight of the beginning of the summer season. The 2 films The Hulk and The Matrix premiered at the same time on the evening of May 14th, attracting the attention of countless media and fans. Chapter 375 Kailualo's Taunting. After the hot day in California, the sun gradually moved to the west, emitting the last sunset glow, still too brilliant to look directly at. The air, which had been scorched all day, seemed to be filled with the sultry heat that could not be dissipated, marking that Los Angeles had entered the most unrestrained season of the year, and the North American theater market had also ushered in the most important schedule of the year, the summer schedule. This year's summer schedule is obviously different from previous years. Just a few days into May, movie fans are about to usher in the first wave of Carnival. Starting from May 14th, 2 huge-scale productions will be released at the same time this weekend, full of sultry and irritable air, like the last tranquility before the war begins. In front of the Beverly Shrine Theater, the red carpet was laid out for a long distance to welcome the celebrity guests and the main creative staff of the crew who came to help stand on the stage. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but the premiere that was supposed to start at 6 p.m. was temporarily changed by the Hulk and admission started an hour earlier. The production cost of this film announced by Universal Pictures is an exaggerated $150 million US. In fact, the insiders in the media understand the tricks of the media group. But even if the water contained in it is removed, the production cost of the film will not be less than $100 million. If the income from the large-scale publicity and promotion before the release of the film is added, it is very likely to exceed the $150 million announced by Universal Pictures. A large group of ordinary fans gathered on both sides of the red carpet. At least the huge popularity of Dr. Robert Bruce Banner ensures that the film will definitely not lack the attention of ordinary fans. This year's planning of Universal Pictures is quite intentional and full of luck. The previous hits of Batman Begins and Joker successfully awakened the fans' desire for superheroes in advance. Unfortunately, Warner Bros. Did not release any DC comic adaptations this year, so the only superhero, the Hulk, became the only expectation of most fans. Regardless of whether it is good luck or not, Hulk will be a popular monster at the beginning of this summer season. It can be seen from the hundreds of fans who came to the scene spontaneously that, as long as the quality of the movie reaches the normal level, the box office figures will be guaranteed. Drive Banner. Dr. Banner. Hey, Hulk. Big guy, look here. After the warm-up of the previous stars, at about 5:20, the actor of Dr. Robert Bruce Banner, the male lead of the film, Lou Ferrigno, walked on the red carpet alone. Because of the intensive publicity in the past period of time and the huge movie posters outside the theater, when he walked on the red carpet, he caused cheers and screams from fans. Reporters from all walks of life in the media area carried long guns and short guns and aimed their equipment at this big guy at the same time. This star, who has been with the Hulk throughout his acting career, played this role for the third time. Just like Jack Nicholson's Joker before, he has a very special position in the hearts of fans. As long as Hulk is mentioned, his face and exaggerated big guy will automatically pop up in his mind. In fact, Lou Ferrigno played the Hulk in the CBS TV series The Hulk from 1977 to 1982. He also starred in the two movies The Hulk in 1988 and 1989. When the animated version of the Hulk was broadcast in 1996, he was still the voice actor of Hulk. He also participated in the Ang Lee version of the Hulk and the Incredible Hulk directed by Louis Leterrier, and dubbed the film. Even in the Avengers directed by Joss Whedon in 2012, he still dubbed the Hulk. So this actor's career has never left the Hulk. Apart from this, there is no other role that can be taken out. It seems that our choice of the male lead is fine. Behind the media interview area of the Shrine Theater, the film producer Brian Grazer said to Justin beside him with a smile, looking at the enthusiastic cheers of fans on both sides of the red carpet, "Lou is born to be the best performer of Hulk. There is no problem for fans to accept him." After waiting for a while, he found that he didn't get a response. He turned around and found that Justin, the distribution director of Universal Pictures, was holding a newspaper. The film director Bill Becker was also reading it. Both of them focused on the newspaper and didn't listen to what he said at all. This was obviously the Los Angeles Times. The faces of the two people who were reading the newspaper were not very good. Brian Grazer was very confused. What did the two people who were full of confidence 10 minutes ago see? What news is published on it? As he said, he moved forward a few steps, stood beside the two people, and tilted his head to look at the newspaper. "You can read it yourself." Justin sneered, handed the newspaper directly to him, and then turned to look at Bill Becker. "Don't be affected by what's on it. You did a great job. As long as the fans accept the box office high enough, he will regret saying these words." The film director, who also looked unhappy, nodded. "I understand." Brian Grazer took the newspaper and saw the headline of the entertainment section at first glance and understood why the two were like this. "Who is Bill Becker? An unknown person who imitates me in making movies?" Exclamation mark. On the eve of the release of the movie The Hulk, our reporter successfully interviewed two superhero movie directors, Wayne Greenberg and Tim Burton, in front of the Warner Bros. Building. One of them brought Batman to the fans, and the other made Batman the most successful superhero movie. The two directors with strong personal styles showed clear disdain for the upcoming The Hulk. Director Wayne Greenberg said in the interview that he had never heard of an unknown person like Bill Becker, and he was not optimistic about the movies that imitated his shooting style. Before the end of the interview, Gothic director Tim Burton said that, since Wayne entered Hollywood, there have been people imitating his shooting style. Before, it was absurd black horror films, and then dramas reflecting social reality. Until now, no director has successfully copied his style. This time, the Hulk will still be the same. Wayne Greenberg style movies are not something that can be imitated by any unknown person. Son of a BXXXH. Although he is not the director of the film, Brian Grazer still felt the insult coming at him. On the eve of the release of the Hulk, saying such words in the media is a provocation to them. The most important thing is that such remarks are very deceptive and must have great persuasiveness among ordinary movie fans. Just because the two people who said this are Wayne Greenberg and Tim Burton, this will definitely affect the viewing choices of some fans. Bill, don't take this to heart. Brian Grazer reached out and patted the director of the film on the shoulder. Only if the film's performance can be successful can it be the most powerful proof to slap the other party in the face. Bill Becker's face was gloomy and his voice was hoarse. Don't worry, there is no problem here. I will go in and greet others first. After saying that, he turned and walked into the Temple Theater, completely losing his previous high-spirited appearance. Since Universal Pictures found him to restart the Hulk, Bill Becker had not planned to shoot it in a dark and serious style, but this is Hollywood, which is producer-centered after all. In order to keep the right to participate in the later stage, he had to shoot it according to the producer's wishes. If he was privately accused of deliberately imitating others, he would never have any emotional fluctuations. When all this was put in the media and seen by countless fans, things obviously became different. Because to put it bluntly, this film deliberately imitated Batman in many places. Whether it was the story structure or the spatial layout, it could not escape the shadow of the moment of war. Universal Pictures was quite satisfied with the edited film, just because this production style was the safest way. Bill Becker had anticipated some consequences. Regardless of whether the film was a success or a failure, he was just an imitator in the eyes of the fans, which was the worst news for a director with aspirations. The appearance of this report completely broke all his fluke mentality, and in an instant, he felt that the grand premiere that was in progress had become boring. Brian, the nationwide promotion will begin tomorrow. Keep an eye on him, and don't let him talk nonsense to the media. Looking at Bill Becker's back, Justin whispered, "I will." Producer Brian Grazer shrugged. Sometimes he couldn't understand the film director's ideas at all. In his eyes, those so-called persistence were nothing compared to the box office benefits. At this moment, he dared to swear to God that, if the same situation happened to Wayne Greenberg, the Jewish young man would never have any wild thoughts. Those who could succeed in the circle had already seen through the essence of Hollywood. Only losers would hold on to art that they didn't know. The premiere at the Shrine Theater went very quickly. The press conference for the main creators of the crew was put at the back. After the guests and the main creators walked the red carpet, a large number of lucky fans and invited media, as well as film critics mixed in, began to enter. The film officially began to be screened at 6 o'clock in the evening. Not far from the Beverly Shrine Theater, in front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater, another premiere had just begun. It was almost the same scene. The only difference was that there were many more fans on the scene, who came spontaneously than there, which once aroused the sensitive nerves of the security personnel on the scene. Fortunately, Warner Brothers had suffered a loss once, and contacted the Los Angeles Police Department in advance. "Boss, the film has officially started to be screened over there." Nina hung up the mobile phone, and looked up at the boss opposite. "And we have just started here." Looking at the cars lined up in front, Wayne waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just some tricks. Starting first may not necessarily gain any advantage. You go to the theater and wait for us first." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.